If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is the episode many have been waiting for. Kurt Cobain, frontman of the infamous band Nirvana. And his death was very highly publicized, one of the most publicized deaths in the world of music and in general. And theories persist to this day that perhaps his death was not a suicide. This, other than Scott Peterson, Casey Anthony, some of these other cases that I've just gone over that were highly requested, Kurt Cobain is next on the list of most requested cases. So I'll be taking a look, and there's a lot to unpack here. I have briefly visited this case in the past. There are a few anomalies. Obviously, that does not mean there was some vast conspiracy, but that does mean they need to be addressed, and pretending they don't exist is not a way to get to the truth, because the truth, of course, is not afraid of investigation, and this is Mindshock. I am your host, Bruce McGuire. If you enjoyed this podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If still not working, just go to youtube.com/Mindshock for all the latest podcasts in the true crime, conspiracy, and paranormal universe. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, and depending on your tier, you could be a guest on the podcast. And to all the patrons out there, thank you for your patronage. Do not forget to get your requests in. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So I think most people know who Kurt Cobain is on a surface level. If you're familiar with your 1990s celebrities or the music scene in some capacity. But for those that are not, I am going to do an overview on Kurt Cobain, the man, the musician, the public persona, the private persona. Are there clues in his personal life or professional life that can help everyone understand exactly what happened? So, Kurt Donald Cobain, born February 20th, 1967, died April 5th, 1994, age 27. In Seattle, Washington. Official cause of death, suicide by gunshot. And we will be examining the validity of those claims. So just right from the wiki, he was an American singer, songwriter, and musician, best known as the guitarist, primary songwriter, and frontman of the rock band Nirvana. Through his angst-fueled songwriting and anti-establishment persona, Cobain's compositions widened the thematic conventions of mainstream rock music. He was often heralded as a spokesman of Generation X and is considered to be one of the most influential musicians in the history of alternative rock. Born in Aberdeen, Washington, Cobain formed the band Nirvana with Chris Novoselic and Aaron Burkhardt in 1987 and established it as part of the Seattle music scene, which later became known as grunge. After signing with major label DGC Records, Nirvana found global success with Smells Like Teen Spirit, and who hasn't heard that song, from their critically acclaimed second album, Nevermind, 1991. Although Cobain was hailed as the voice of his generation following Nirvana's sudden success, he resented this, believing his message and artistic vision had been misinterpreted by the public. In addition to Smells Like Teen Spirit, Cobain wrote many notable songs for Nirvana, including About a Girl, In Bloom, Come As You Are, Lithium, Polly, Something in the Way, All Apologies, and Heart-Shaped Box. During the last years of his life, Cobain struggled with heroin addiction and chronic health problems such as depression. He also struggled with the personal and professional pressures of fame, as well as his marriage to musician Courtney Love. In March 1994, Cobain overdosed on a combination of champagne and rohypnol. Most people probably know that as roofies. It's a benzodiazepine, and subsequently entered an intervention and underwent a detox program. On April 8th, 1994, Cobain was found dead at his home in Seattle at the age of 27. Police concluded he had died on April 5th from a self-inflicted shotgun wound to his head. Cobain was posthumously inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame along with Nirvana bandmates Krist Novoselic and Dave Grohl in their first year of eligibility in 2014. Rolling Stone included Cobain in its list of 100 greatest songwriters of all time, 100 greatest guitarists, and 100 greatest singers of all time. He was ranked 7th by MTV in 22 greatest voices in music. In 2006, he was placed 20th by Hit Parader on their list of 100 greatest metal singers of all time. Early life. Cobain was born at Grays Harbor Hospital in Aberdeen, Washington, February 20th, 1967, the son of waitress Wendy Elizabeth and automotive mechanic Donald Leland Cobain. His parents were married July 31st, 1965 in Idaho. His ancestry included Dutch, English, French, German, Irish, and Scottish. His Irish ancestors emigrated from Carrickmore, County Tyrone, in 1875. Researchers found there were shoemakers originally named Cobain, Cobane, who came from Inishitiev, a town within Carrickmore. They first settled in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada, and then in Washington. Cobain himself believed his family came from County Cork. His younger sister Kimberly was born April 24th, 1970. Cobain's family had a musical background. His maternal uncle, Chuck Freidenberg, played in a band called the Beachcombers. His aunt, Marie Earle, played guitar and performed in bands throughout Grays Harbor County, and his great-uncle Delbert had a career as an Irish tenor, making an appearance in the 1930 film King of Jazz. Kurt was described as being a happy and excitable child who also exhibited sensitivity and care. His talent as an artist was evident from an early age, as he would draw his favorite characters from his films and cartoons, such as the creature from the Black Lagoon and Donald Duck, in his bedroom. This enthusiasm was encouraged by his grandmother, Iris Cobain, who was a professional artist. Cobain began developing an interest in music at a young age. According to his Aunt Marie, he began singing at the age of 2. At 4, he began playing the piano and singing, writing a song about a trip to a local park. He listened to artists like the Ramones and Electric Light Orchestra, and from a young age would sing songs like Arlo Guthrie's Motorcycle Song, The Beatles, Hey Jude, Terry Jacks's Season in the Sun, and the theme song to the television show of the band The Monkees. When Cobain was 9 years old, his parents divorced. He later said that the divorce had a profound impact on his life, while his mother noted that his personality changed dramatically. Cobain became defiant and withdrawn. In a 1993 interview, he elaborated, "I remember feeling ashamed for some reason. I was ashamed of my parents. I couldn't face some of my friends in school anymore because I desperately wanted to have the classic, typical family. Mother, father. I wanted that security, so I resented my parents for quite a few years because of that." Cobain's parents both found new partners after the divorce, although his father had promised not to remarry. After meeting Jenny Westby, he did, to Kurt's dismay. Cobain, his father, Westby, and her 2 children, Mindy and James, moved into a new household together. Cobain liked Westby at first, as she gave him the maternal attention he desired. In January 1979, Westby gave birth to a boy, Chad Cobain. This new family, which Cobain insisted was not his real one, was in stark contrast to the attention Cobain was used to receiving as an only boy, and he soon began to express resentment toward his stepmother. Cobain's mother began dating a man who was abusive. Cobain witnessed the domestic violence inflicted upon her, with one incident resulting in her being hospitalized with a broken arm. Wendy steadfastly refused to press charges, remaining completely committed to the relationship. Cobain behaved insolently toward adults during this period of his youth and began bullying another boy at school. Such misconduct eventually caused his father and Westerby to take him to a therapist, who concluded that he would benefit from a single-family environment. Both sides of the family attempted to bring his parents back together, but to no avail. On June 28, 1979, Cobain's mother granted full custody to his father. Cobain's teenage rebellion quickly became overwhelming for his father, who placed his son in the care of family and friends. While living with the born-again Christian family of his friend Jesse Reed, he became a devout Christian and regularly attended church services. He later renounced Christianity, engaging in what was described as anti-God rants. The song Lithium is about his experience while living with the Reed family. Religion remained an important part of his personal life and beliefs. So far what we have, again, are just typical signs in terms of human psychology of trauma, of damage by not having the traditional family, but also by thinking you had to, and that I'm sure caused some perceptions issues as well. Unfortunately, nowadays, divorce is a lot more common than in the early 90s, so perhaps he wouldn't have felt quite the same, but no doubt, obviously not good for children, obviously can cause some psychological issues, obviously having a parent in an abusive relationship, also not very sound in the development of a child. Although uninterested in sports, Cobain was enrolled in a junior high school wrestling team at the insistence of his father. He was a skilled wrestler, but despised the experience. Because of the ridicule he endured from his teammates and coach, he allowed himself to be pinned in an attempt to sadden his father. Later, his father enlisted him in a Little League baseball team where Cobain would intentionally strike out to avoid playing. Now, again, we have here some telltale signs of some psychological issues, particularly in relation to his father. Cobain befriended a gay student at school and suffered bullying from peers who concluded that he was gay. In an interview, he said that he liked being associated with a gay identity because he did not like people, and when they thought he was gay, they left him alone. He stated, "I started being really proud of the fact that I was gay even though I wasn't." His friend tried to kiss him, and Cobain backed away, explaining to his friend that he was not gay, but remained friends with him. In the 1993 interview with The Advocate, Cobain claimed that he was gay in spirit and, quote, probably could be bisexual, end quote. He also stated that he used to spray paint "God is gay" on pickup trucks in the Aberdeen area. Police records show that Cobain was arrested for spray painting the phrase, "ain't got no how whatchamacallit," on other vehicles. And that's spelled N-O, not K-N-O-W. Ain't got N-O how whatchamacallit. One of his personal journals states, "I am not gay, although I wish I were, just to piss off the homophobes." Cobain often drew during school classes. He would draw objects, including those associated with the human anatomy. When given a character assignment for an art course, Cobain drew Michael Jackson, but was told by the teacher that the image was inappropriate for a school hallway. He then drew an image of then-President Ronald Reagan that was seen as unflattering. As attested to by several of Cobain's classmates and family members, the first concert he attended was Sammy Hagar and Quarterflash, held at the Seattle Center Coliseum in 1983. Cobain, however, claimed that the first concert he attended was the Melvins, and he wrote prolifically in his journals of the experience. Interesting. As a teenager living in Montesano, Washington, Cobain eventually found escape through the thriving Pacific Northwest punk scene, going to punk rock shows in Seattle. During his second year in high school, Cobain began living with his mother in Aberdeen. 2 weeks prior to graduation, he dropped out of Aberdeen High School upon realizing that he did not have enough credits to graduate. His mother gave him a choice: find employment or leave. After 1 week, Cobain found his clothes and other belongings packed away in boxes. Feeling banished from his own mother's home, Cobain stayed with friends, occasionally sneaking back into his mother's basement. Cobain also claimed that during periods of homelessness, he lived under a bridge over the Wishkah River, an experience that inspired the song Something in the Way. However, Nirvana bassist Novoselic later said he hung out there, but you couldn't live on those muddy banks with the tides coming up and down. That was his own revisionism. All right, so already we have a somewhat problem childhood despite a lot of talent both creatively and athletically. We have issues with his father, then he lives with his father's friends. Then he lives with his mother, who eventually kicks him out. So every step of the way, there are psychological issues here, from either inattention from his stepmother, resentment for a new family, which he didn't consider his real family, to going to church, then renouncing God, then moving back with his mother, who was previously in an abusive relationship, unknown. It doesn't quite state whether or not that was an ongoing abusive relationship during the time he was there, but then being, as he felt, banished from his own home and homeless to some extent, or just staying with his friends or elsewhere. So again, with a lot of these tortured artists, so to speak, if he had led a completely normal life, what would that have looked like? What would the result be in terms? I mean, a lot of these artistic people, whether musicians or otherwise, they might not have been as creative artists without the pain, so to speak, of course. And obviously, this is all cliche to talk about, but it might be very relevant just in terms of his history. And people who commit suicide, they do have psychological trauma of varying degrees most of the time. He does fit the bill here, and that's before getting into the drug issues. Again, doesn't mean he actually committed suicide, of course. There are plenty of people who fit the bill, so to speak, and live traumatic lives, both in childhood and adulthood, that don't end up killing themselves. So again, we're not falling for any black and white fallacies. This is Mindshock, but we are examining his history and try to have as much information as possible to make any determinations. In late 1986, Cobain moved into an apartment paying his rent by working at the Polynesian Resort, a Polynesian-themed resort on the Pacific coast at Ocean Shores, Washington, approximately 20 miles north of Aberdeen. During this period, he was traveling frequently to Olympia, Washington, to go to rock concerts. During his visits to Olympia, Cobain formed a relationship with Tracy Marander. The couple had a close relationship, but one that was often strained with financial difficulties and Cobain's absence when touring. Marander supported the couple by working at the cafeteria of the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, often stealing food. During his time with Marander, Cobain spent most of his time sleeping into late evening, watching television, and concentrating on art projects. Her insistence that he get a job caused arguments that influenced Cobain to write About a Girl, which was featured on the Nirvana album Bleach. Marander is credited with having taken the cover photo for the album. She did not become aware that Cobain wrote about a girl, about her, until years after his death. Soon after his separation from Marander, Cobain began dating Toby Vale, an influential punk sinister of the Riot Grrrl band Bikini Kill, who embraced the DIY ethos. Do it yourself. After meeting Vale, Cobain vomited as he was so completely overwhelmed with anxiety caused by his infatuation with her. This event inspired the lyric, "Love you so much it makes me sick," which appears in the song Aneurysm. While Cobain regarded Vale as his female counterpart, his relationship with her waned. He desired the maternal comfort of a traditional relationship, with which Vale regarded as sexist within a countercultural punk rock community. Vale's lovers were described by her friend Alice Wheeler as fashion accessories. Cobain and Vale spent most of their time together as a couple discussing political and philosophical issues. In 1990, they collaborated on a musical project called Bathtub is Real, in which they both sang and played guitar and drums. They recorded their songs on a 4-track tape machine that belonged to Vale's father. In Everett True's 2009 book Nirvana, the biography, Vale is quoted as saying, "Kurt would play the songs he was writing. I would play the songs I was writing and would record them on my dad's 4-track. Sometimes I'd sing on the songs he was writing and play drums on them. He was really into the fact that I was creative and into music. I don't think he'd ever played music with a girl before. He was super inspiring and fun to play with. Slim Moon described their sound as, quote, like the minimal, quiet pop songs that Olympia is known for. Both of them sang it was really good, end quote. Cobain's relationship with Vale inspired the lyrics of many of the songs on Nevermind. Once, while he was discussing anarchism and punk rock with friend Kathleen Hanna, another member of Bikini Kill, Hanna spray-painted Kurt Smells Like Teen Spirit on Cobain's apartment wall. Teen Spirit was the name of a deodorant Vale wore. Cobain, unaware of the deodorant's existence, interpreted the slogan as having a revolutionary meaning, and it inspired the title of the Nirvana song, Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's always quite interesting to see the backstories on some of these iconic songs. Career early music projects. On his 14th birthday, February 20th, 1981, Cobain's uncle offered him either a bike or a used guitar. Kurt chose the guitar. Soon he was trying to play Led Zeppelin's power ballad, Stairway to Heaven. He also learned how to play Louie Louie, Queen's Another One Bites the Dust, and The Cars' My Best Friend's Girl, before he began working on his own songs. Cobain played left-handed, despite being forced to write right-handed. In early 1985, Cobain formed Fecal Matter after he dropped out of Aberdeen High School, one of several joke bands that arose from the circle of friends associated with the Melvins. It initially featured Cobain singing and playing guitar, Melvins drummer Dale Crover playing bass, and Greg Hokinson playing drums. They spent several months rehearsing original material and covers, including songs by the Ramones, Led Zeppelin, and Jimi Hendrix. Fecal Matter disbanded in 1986, while the Melvins supported their debut EP, 6 Songs. Fecal Matter is a pretty interesting name for a band. During high school, Cobain rarely found anyone with whom he could play music. While hanging out at the Melvins' practice space, he met Chris Novoselic, a fellow devotee of punk rock. Novoselic's mother owned a hair salon, and the pair occasionally practiced in the upstairs room of the salon. A few years later, Cobain tried to convince Novoselic to form a band with him by lending him a copy of a home demo recorded by Cobain's earlier band, Fecal Matter. Nirvana. After months of asking, Novoselic finally agreed to join Cobain, forming the beginnings of Nirvana. Religion appeared to remain a significant muse to Cobain during this time, as he often used Christian-related imagery in his work and developed a budding interest in Jainism and Buddhist philosophy. The band name Nirvana was taken from the Buddhist concept, which Cobain described as freedom from pain, suffering, and the external world, a concept that he aligned with the punk rock ethos and ideology. Cobain was disenchanted after early touring due to the band's inability to draw substantial crowds and the difficulty of sustaining themselves. During their first few years playing together, Novoselic and Cobain were hosts to a rotating list of drummers. Eventually, the band settled on Chad Channing, with whom Nirvana recorded the album Bleach. I like how they put that. They settled. Released on Sub Pop Records in 1989. Cobain, however, became dissatisfied with Channing's style and subsequently fired him, which made the band in need of a new drummer. They eventually hired Dave Grohl, who helped the band record their 91 major label debut, Nevermind. With Nevermind's lead single, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana quickly entered the mainstream, popularizing a subgenre of alternative rock called grunge. Cobain struggled to reconcile the massive success of Nirvana with his underground roots and vision. He also felt persecuted by the media, comparing himself to Frances Farmer. For those that don't know, Frances Farmer was an actress and television hostess. She appeared in over a dozen feature films over the course of her career, though she garnered notoriety for the various sensationalized accounts of her life, especially her involuntary commitment to psychiatric hospitals and subsequent mental health struggles. And she was a native of Seattle, Washington. Cobain began to harbor resentment against people who claimed to be fans of the band, yet refused to acknowledge or misinterpreted the band's social and political views. A vocal opponent of sexism, racism, and homophobia, he was publicly proud that Nirvana had played at a gay rights benefit supporting No on 9 in Oregon in 92. The show was held in opposition to Ballot Measure 9, a ballot measure that, if passed, would have directed schools to teach that homosexuality was abnormal, wrong, unnatural, and perverse. Cobain was a vocal supporter of the pro-choice movement, and Nirvana was involved in L7's Rock for Choice campaign. He received death threats from a small number of anti-abortion activists for participating in the pro-choice campaign, with one activist threatening to shoot Cobain as soon as he stepped on stage. Collaboration with other artists. In '89, members of Nirvana and fellow American alternative rock band Screaming Trees formed a side project known as The Jury. The band featured Cobain on vocals and guitar, Mark Lanegan on vocals, Chris Novoselic on bass, and Mark Pickerel on drums. Over 2 days of recording sessions on August 20th and 28th, 1989, the band recorded 4 songs, also performed by Lead Belly, Where Did You Sleep Last Night, an instrumental version of Grey Goose, Ain't It a Shame, and They Hung Him on a Cross, the latter of which featured Cobain performing solo. Cobain was inspired to record the songs after receiving a copy of Lead Belly's last sessions from friend Slim Moon. After hearing it, he felt a connection to Lead Belly's almost physical expressions of longing and desire. In '92, Cobain contacted William S. Burroughs about a possible collaboration. Burroughs responded by sending him a recording of The Junkies' Christmas, which he recorded in his studio in Lawrence, Kansas. 2 months later, at a studio in Seattle, Cobain added guitar backing based on Silent Night and To Anacreon in Heaven. The two would meet shortly later in Lawrence, Kansas, and produced The Priest They Called Him, a spoken word version of The Junkies' Christmas. After attaining mainstream success, Cobain became a devoted champion of lesser-known indie bands, covering songs by The Vaselines, Meat Puppets, Wipers, and Fang on stage and/or in the studio, wearing Daniel Johnston t-shirts during photo shoots, having the K Records logo tattooed on his forearm, and enlisting bands like Butthole Surfers, Shonen Knife, Choke Boar, and Half Japanese along for the In Utero tour in late '93 and early '94. Cobain even invited his favorite musicians to perform with him. Ex-Germs guitarist Pat Smear joined the band in '93, and the Meat Puppets appeared on stage during Nirvana's '93 MTV Unplugged appearance to perform 3 songs from their second album, Meat Puppets 2. It's an original name. Nirvana's Unplugged set also included renditions of The Man Who Sold the World by British rock musician David Bowie and the American folk song Where Did You Sleep Last Night, as adapted by the American folk musician Lead Belly. Cobain introduced the latter by calling Lead Belly his favorite performer, and in a '93 interview revealed he had been introduced to him from reading the American author William S. Burroughs. I remember Burroughs saying in an interview, "These new rock and roll kids should just throw away their guitars and listen to something with real soul, like Lead Belly," Cobain said. "I'd never heard about Lead Belly before, so I bought a couple records, and now he turns out to be my absolute favorite of all time in music. I absolutely love it more than any rock and roll I ever heard." Nirvana's acoustic Unplugged set, which was released posthumously as an album in 1994, may have provided a hint of Cobain's future musical direction. The record has drawn comparisons to REM's '92 release, Automatic for the People. And in '93, Cobain predicted that the next Nirvana album would be, quote, pretty ethereal, acoustic, like REM's last album, end quote. Yeah, he talked a lot about what direction he was heading in. Cobain's friend, REM's lead singer Michael Stipe, told Newsweek in 1994, "I mean, I know what the next Nirvana recording was going to sound like. It was going to be very quiet and acoustic with lots of stringed instruments. It was going to be an amazing expletive record, and I'm a little bit angry at him for killing himself. He and I were going to record a trial run of the album, a demo tape. It was all set up. He had a plane ticket. He had a car picking him up. And at the last minute, he called and said, 'I can't come.'" Stipe was chosen as the godfather of Cobain and Courtney Love's daughter, Frances Bean Cobain. Cobain immersed himself in artistic projects throughout his life as much so as he did in songwriting. The sentiments of his artwork followed the same subjects of his lyrics, often expressed through a dark and macabre sense of humor. Noted were his fascination with physiology, his own rare medical conditions, and the human anatomy. According to Novoselic, Kurt said that he never liked literal things. He liked cryptic things. He would cut out pictures of meat from grocery store flyers, then paste these orchids on them, and all this stuff. And all this stuff on in utero about the body, there was something about an anatomy. He really liked that. You look at his art, there are these people, and they're all weird, like mutants. And dolls, creepy dolls. Often unable to afford artistic resources, Cobain improvised with materials, painting on board games and album sleeves, and painting with an array of substances, including his own bodily fluids. The artwork seen in his journals later drew acclaim. Many of Cobain's paintings, collages, and sculptures appeared in the artwork of Nirvana's albums, such as the covers of Incesticide and In Utero. His concepts featured in Nirvana's music videos, sometimes leading to arguments with the video producers. Cobain contributed backing guitar for a spoken word recording of beat poet William S. Burroughs' entitled The Priest They Called Him. Cobain regarded Burroughs as a hero. During Nirvana's European tour, Cobain kept a copy of Burroughs' Naked Lunch, purchased from a London bookstall. Cobain met with Burroughs at his home in Lawrence, Kansas in October 1993. Burroughs expressed no surprise at Cobain's death. Quote, "It wasn't an act of will for Kurt to kill himself. As far as I was concerned, he was dead already," end quote. Now that is quite an ominous thing for Burroughs to say. So he met Kurt and he thought he was dead already. That is sad in a lot of ways, I suppose, but if he was still producing music and art, I don't know. Personal life, relationships, and family, there are differing accounts of the date that Kurt first met Courtney Love, although the actual events remain similar. Now, I mean, that's never good when you can't even nail down when people met, especially celebrities. I mean, it's kind of rough, but let's see what we got here. In his 1993 authorized biography of Nirvana, Michael Azerrad states, January 21st, 1989, Dharma Bums gig in Portland where Nirvana played as support. While the Charles R. Cross 2001 Cobain biography has Love and Cobain meeting at the same Satyricon nightclub venue in Portland, but a different Nirvana show. January 12th, 1990. That's kind of weird. I mean, that's a whole year difference. I mean, that's substantial. Both still led ardent underground rock bands. Okay, Love made advances, but Cobain was evasive. Early in their interaction, Cobain broke off dates and ignored Love's advances because he was unsure if he wanted a relationship. Cobain noted, quote, "I was determined to be a bachelor for a few months, but I knew that I liked Courtney so much right away that it was a real hard struggle to stay away from her for so many months," end quote. Love first saw Cobain perform in 1989 at a show in Portland, Oregon. They talked briefly after the show, and Love developed a crush on him. Everett True, who was an associate of both Cobain and Love, disputes the earlier versions in his 2006 books, claiming that he himself introduced the couple on May 17th, 1991. So, well, I mean, this is kind of crazy. There's 3 different dates for when they met. Substantial time span differences here. Now, what this all means, I'm not sure. I'm not saying it had anything to do with his untimely death one way or another. But it's interesting that even in the 90s, in the modern era, we're not talking Jack the Ripper days right now, where we do have quite a lot of details on who was what, where, when, how, in the middle of the night, even back in the 1880s. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock Jack the Ripper podcast, check those out. But it's weird. You have three different accounts. Now, this guy, Everett True, he wants credit for introducing them for some reason. I mean, that's kind of weird. Unless he really did. Unless he really did. He claimed he introduced them May 17th, 1991. Huh. The other account is January 1990. So it's over, it's like a year and a half after that, which is a whole nother year after the 89 date. Now, what's strange, the 1993 authorized biography of Nirvana. So the earliest date we have is January 21st, 1989. Only in 2001 was this challenged. So this was much more removed from the time period. Then it's a 1990 date claim. And then 5 years later, Everett True claims a year and a half after that, May 17th, 1991. Now, what it all means, I'm not saying it means that much, because if he did bump into her in 89, maybe in 1990 they kind of sort of possibly bumped again, but maybe they did have an official introduction. I don't know if they saw each other on and off but kept it under wraps. Nobody knew about it, so Everett True might have thought he was introducing both of them when he really wasn't. Is that a possibility? So I don't know how much it means, but I did track down an article, The Moment Kurt Cobain Met Courtney Love, and this was written by Charles R. Cross. It was published April 5th, 2014, updated July 12th, 2017. And this is the same guy that wrote the 2001 biography. And there are more details here. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love first locked eyes on each other at 11 in the evening on Friday, January 12, 1990, and within 30 seconds they were tussling on the floor. The setting was the Satyricon, a small dimly lit nightclub in Portland, Oregon. Kurt was there for a Nirvana gig. Courtney had come with a friend who was dating a member of the opening band, the wonderfully named Oily Bloodmen. Already infamous in Portland, Love was holding court in a booth when she saw Kurt walk by a few minutes before his band was set to appear on stage. Courtney was wearing a red polka dot dress. "You look like Dave Pirner," she said to him, meaning the remark to sound like a small insult but also a flirt. Kurt did look a bit like Pirner, the lead singer of Soul Asylum. As his hair had grown long and tangled, he washed it just once a week, and then only with a bar of soap. Kurt responded with a flirt of his own. He grabbed Courtney and wrestled her to the ground. It was in front of the jukebox, Courtney remembered, which was playing my favorite song by Living Colour. There was beer on the floor. So it seems like he interviewed her for this biography, and so this is stating that this was 1990, not 1989. So was that a mistake earlier, or did she indeed see him but didn't talk to him? So their first real interaction was this interaction in 1990. She was glad her comment had gotten attention, but she hadn't expected to be pinned on the floor by this little waif of a boy. For his part, Kurt hadn't counted on his opponent being so tough. She was 3 inches taller than he was and stronger. Without his high school wrestling experience, she might have won the tussle. But the roll on the floor was all in jest, and he pulled her up with his arms and gave her a peace offering. A sticker of Chim Chim, the speed racer monkey he had made his mascot. Kurt later would say he was immediately attracted to Love. "I probably wanted to expletive her that night, but she left." He wasn't sure. But the day he met Courtney, he still had a girlfriend, and she was with him. But the connection between Kurt and Courtney was sexual. Wrestling was a fetish of Kurt's, and an opponent as worthy as Courtney was a major turn-on. So I guess if this is to be rectified with previous information, he wanted to be a bachelor. He had a girlfriend at the time that he met her, so I guess they separated, then he wanted an X amount of months to go by. But they parted that night, but Courtney followed Nirvana's career the way a baseball pitcher in the American League might follow the exploits of a National League player. She read Nirvana's clips in the rock press, and she put Kurt's Chim Chim sticker on her guitar case, even though she remained unconvinced about the band. Their early material was too metal for her. Like most rock critics at the time, she preferred Mudhoney, and after listening to Love Buzz in a record store, she passed on buying the single. Seeing the band in concert later, she was more struck by their strange physical appearance. Christ was really, really big, she observed, and he dwarfed Kurt to the point where you couldn't see how cute Kurt was because he looked like a tiny boy. Her opinion of Nirvana and the tiny boy changed entirely when she bought the Sliver single in October 1990. When I played it, she recalled, it was like, oh my god, I missed this. On the B-side was Dive, which became her favorite Nirvana song. It is so sexy and sexual and strange and haunting, she noted. I thought it was genius. Courtney soon nicknamed Kurt Pixie Meat because of both his diminutive size and Kurt's worship of the Pixies. Courtney confessed to Dave Grohl that she had a crush on Kurt, and when Dave told her Kurt was suddenly single, Courtney sent Kurt a heart-shaped box filled with a tiny porcelain doll, 3 dried roses, a miniature teacup, and shellac-covered seashells. Before sending it, she rubbed her perfume on it like a magical charm. Kurt was already obsessed with dolls. He would repaint their faces and glue human hair onto their heads. The resulting creatures were both beautiful and grotesque, looking as much like child corpses as dolls. It's kind of disturbing. Kurt and Courtney met the second time in May 1991 during an L7 concert at the Palladium in Los Angeles. Kurt was backstage drinking cough syrup directly from the bottle. In a bit of fate, Courtney opened her purse and displayed her own vial of cough syrup, a more powerful brand. They wrestled to the ground again. The vibe was very sexual. When Kurt let her up, they talked shop. Courtney was quick to brag that her band Hole had finished recording Pretty on the Inside, with Kim Gordon of Sonic Youth producing. Kurt talked about his own album, which was still in production. Kurt was usually meek when meeting someone for the first time, but in his efforts to impress Courtney, he pulled out every name and credential he could. He clearly wanted to one-up her. As Kurt soon discovered, few could gain a verbal advantage over Love. She knew far more about the music business than he did, and Hole's career was accelerating as quickly as Nirvana's at the time. In their conversation, Kurt disclosed he was staying at the Oakwood Apartments. Courtney told him she lived just a few blocks away. She wrote down her phone number on a bar napkin and told him to call her sometime. She was earnestly flirting, and he was flirting back. He called her later that night at 3 a.m. There was a lot of noise in the background, Courtney recalled. Kurt pretended as if he were phoning only because he wanted to discover where she got her cough syrup. He'd begun to prefer this to all other intoxicants that spring. But what he really wanted was to talk to her more, and as Kurt found out, Courtney could talk. This night, her normally booming voice was just a whisper. Her ex-boyfriend and bandmate Eric Erlandson was sleeping in the next room. At the time, she was also in a long-distance relationship with Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins. Some people might be familiar with that band. They talked for an hour, and it was a conversation Kurt would remember for weeks. Though he was typically direct and short-tempered on the phone, there were occasional individuals who could bring out the conversationalist in him, and Courtney was one of these. He was able to say things over the phone he'd been unable to speak in person just a few hours earlier. Kurt mentioned the heart-shaped box and thanked Courtney for it. It touched her that he'd noticed, but soon she went on to other topics, spewing forth a stream of consciousness rap that included producers, critics, Sonic Youth, guitar playing, cough syrup brands, and songwriting, among other brief stops. She switched from subject to subject the way someone might flick the channels of a television remote control. When Kurt described the conversation to his friend, Ian Dixon, he began by declaring, "I've met the coolest girl in the whole world." As Dixon and his other friends came to complain that May, Kurt would not stop talking about her. It was Courtney says this, Courtney says that. It would be 5 months before they would see each other again, but during that time, Kurt would recall their conversation frequently, wondering if it was real or just a drug-induced dream caused by too much cough syrup. And another interesting thing to explore is the difference of dynamics in the early 90s, early mid-90s, maybe even late 90s, but in this case, the early 90s, where Two people meet, they can have a conversation in person, one conversation on the phone, and then not speak again for months. But still remember each other. Not only remember each other, but basically pick up right where they left off. It was just very interesting how the world was a completely different place in the early 90s. And for those who remember, it is quite interesting. So, that aside, let's go back to the breakdown. Cobain was already aware of Love through her role in the 1987 film Straight to Hell. I haven't seen that one. I want to check that out. According to True, the pair were formally introduced at an L7 and Butthole Surfers concert in Los Angeles in May 1991. In the weeks that followed, after learning from Grohl that Cobain shared mutual interest with her, Love began pursuing Cobain. In late 1991, the two were often together and bonded through drug use. On February 24th, 1992, a few days after the conclusion of Nirvana's Pacific Rim tour, Cobain and Love were married on Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. Love wore a satin and lace dress once owned by Francis Farmer, and Cobain donned a Guatemalan purse and wore green pajamas because he had been, quote, too lazy to put on a tux, end quote. 8 people were in attendance at the ceremony, including Grohl. In an interview with The Guardian, Love revealed the opposition to their marriage from various people. Kim Gordon of Sonic Youth sits me down and says, if you marry him, your life is not going to happen. It will destroy your life. But I said, whatever. I love him and I want to be with him. It wasn't his fault. He wasn't trying to do that. Love was already pregnant, and the couple's daughter, Frances Bean Cobain, was born August 18th, 1992. A sonogram of the couple's as-yet unborn baby was included in the artwork for Nirvana's single, Lithium. In a 1992 article in Vanity Fair, Love admitted to using heroin, not knowing that she was pregnant. However, Love claimed that Vanity Fair had misquoted her. But the event created a media controversy for the couple. While Cobain and Love's romance had always been a media attraction, they found themselves hounded by tabloid reporters after the article was published, many wanting to know if Frances was addicted to drugs at birth. The LA County Department of Children's Services took the Cobains to court, stating that the couple's drug usage made them unfit parents. See, that's kind of bizarre, because by that logic, there's a whole lot of other unfit parents with a lot less money to provide for the children that are not taken to court. Love later claimed to have ceased heroin use upon learning of her pregnancy. That's weird, though. So the Department of Children's Services, don't they need proof? Don't they need some kind of proof, not just a quote, possibly a misquote from a magazine? That's kind of weird. Sexuality. In October 92, when asked, well, are you gay, by Monk magazine, Cobain replied, if I wasn't attracted to Courtney, I'd be a bisexual. In another interview, he described identifying with the gay community in The Advocate, stating, I'm definitely gay in spirit, and I probably could be bisexual. And if I wouldn't have found Courtney, I probably would have carried on with a bisexual lifestyle. He also said that he thought he was gay and wanted to find a chicken hawk and sell his ass. He described himself as being feminine in childhood and often wore dresses and other stereotypically feminine clothing. Some of his song lyrics, as well as phrases he would use to vandalize vehicles and a bank, included God is gay, Jesus is gay, homosexual sex rules, and everyone is gay. Cobain openly advocated for LGBTQ plus rights. I'm assuming they weren't called that back then, including traveling to Oregon to perform at a benefit opposing the 92 Oregon ballot Measure 9 and his supported local bands with LGBTQ plus members. He reportedly having felt different from the age of 7 and was a frequent target of homophobic bullying in his school due to him having a gay friend. Cobain was interviewed by 2 gay magazines, Out and The Advocate. In the 93 interview with The Advocate, being described as the only interview the band's leader says he plans to do for Incesticide, an album whose liner notes included a statement decrying homophobia, racism, and misogyny. If any of you in any way hate homosexuals, people of different color, or women, please do this one favor for us. Leave us the expletive alone. Don't come to our shows and don't buy our records. Health. Throughout most of his life, Cobain suffered from chronic bronchitis and intense physical pain due to an undiagnosed chronic stomach condition. His first drug experience was with cannabis in 1980 at age 13. He regularly used the drug during adulthood. Cobain also had a period of consuming notable amounts of LSD as observed by Marinder, and was really into getting expletive up. Drugs, acid, any kind of drug, observed Krist Novoselic. Cobain was also prone to alcoholism and solvent abuse. According to the Telegraph, Cobain had depression. His cousin brought attention to the family history of suicide, mental illness, and alcoholism, noting two of her uncles who had died by suicide with guns. Cobain's first experience with heroin occurred sometime in 1986, administered to him by a local drug dealer in Tacoma, Washington, who had previously supplied him with oxycodone and aspirin. He used heroin sporadically for several years, but by the end of 1990, his use developed into a full-fledged addiction. Cobain claimed that he was determined to get a habit as a way to self-medicate his stomach condition. It started with 3 days in a row of doing heroin, and I don't have a stomach pain. That was such a relief, he related. However, longtime friend Buzz Osborne disputes this, saying that his stomach pain was more likely caused by his heroin use, saying, quote, he made it up for sympathy, and so he could use it as an excuse to stay loaded. Of course he was vomiting. That's what people on heroin do. They vomit. It's called vomiting with a smile on your face, end quote. So is it a chicken or the egg scenario? Because obviously both these things are possible. His heroin use began to affect the band's Nevermind supporting tour. One such example came the day of the band's 92 performance on Saturday Night Live, where Nirvana had a photographic session with Michael Levine. Having used heroin beforehand, Cobain fell asleep several times during the shoot. Cobain divulged to biographer Michael Azerrad, I mean, what are they supposed to do? They're not going to be able to tell me to stop, so I really didn't care. Obviously, to them, it was like practicing witchcraft or something. They didn't know anything about it, so they thought that any second I was going to die. The morning after the band's performance on Saturday Night Live, Cobain experienced his first near-death overdose after injecting heroin. Love resuscitated him. Prior to a performance at the New Music Seminar in New York City in July '93, Cobain suffered another heroin overdose. Rather than calling for an ambulance, Love injected Cobain with naloxone to bring him out of his unconscious state. Cobain proceeded to perform with Nirvana, giving the public every indication that everything was business as usual. Death. Following a tour stop at Terminal 1 in Munich, Germany on March 1st, 1994, Cobain was diagnosed with bronchitis and severe laryngitis. He flew to Rome the next day for medical treatment and was joined there by his wife, Courtney Love, on March 3rd, 1994. The next morning, Love awoke to find that Cobain had overdosed on a combination of champagne and Rohypnol. Cobain was immediately rushed to the hospital and was unconscious for the rest of the day. After 5 days in the hospital, Cobain was released and returned to Seattle. Love later stated that the incident was Cobain's first suicide attempt. On March 18, 1994, Love phoned the Seattle police, informing them that Cobain was suicidal and had locked himself in a room with a gun. Police arrived and confiscated several guns and a bottle of pills from Cobain, who insisted that he was not suicidal and had locked himself in the room to hide from Love. Love arranged an intervention regarding Cobain's drug use on March 25, 1994. The 10 people involved included musician friends, record company execs, and one of Cobain's closest friends, Dylan Carlson. The intervention was initially unsuccessful, with an angry Cobain insulting and heaping scorn on its participants and eventually locking himself in the upstairs bedroom. However, by the end of the day, Cobain had agreed to undergo a detox program. Cobain arrived at the Exodus Recovery Center in Los Angeles on March 30th, 1994. The staff at the facility were unaware of Cobain's history of depression and prior attempts at suicide. When visited by friends, there was no indication to them that Cobain was in any negative or suicidal state of mind. He spent the day talking to counselors about his drug abuse and personal problems, happily playing with his daughter Frances. These interactions were the last time Cobain saw his daughter. The following night, Cobain walked outside to have a cigarette and climbed over a 6-foot-high fence to leave the facility, which he had joked earlier in the day would be a stupid feat to attempt. He took a taxi to Los Angeles Airport, flew back to Seattle. On the flight, he sat near to Duff McKagan of Guns N' Roses. Despite Cobain's own personal animosity towards Guns N' Roses, and specifically Axl Rose, Cobain seemed happy to see McKagan. McKagan later stated, "He knew from all of my instincts that something was wrong." Most of his close friends and family were unaware of his whereabouts. On April 2nd and 3rd, Cobain was spotted in numerous locations around Seattle. On April 3rd, Love contacted private investigator Tom Grant and hired him to find Cobain. Cobain was not seen the next day. On April 7th, amid rumors of Nirvana breaking up, the band pulled out of the 1994 Lollapalooza Music Festival. April 8th, Cobain's body was discovered at his Lake Washington Boulevard home by electrician Gary Smith, who had arrived to install a security system. Apart from a minor amount of blood coming out of Cobain's ear, the electrician reported seeing no visible sign of trauma and initially believed that Cobain was asleep until he saw the shotgun pointing at his chin. A suicide note was found addressed to Cobain's childhood imaginary friend, Boda, that stated that Cobain had not, quote, felt the excitement of listening to as well as creating music along with really writing for too many years now, end quote. A high concentration of heroin and traces of diazepam were also found in his body. Cobain's body had been lying there for days. The coroner's report estimated Cobain to have died April 5th, 1994, at the age of 27. Okay, what's strange here, Courtney Love is hiring a private investigator to find Cobain, and he's at his own house? Huh. I mean, did the private investigator think to check his house? I mean, I don't know. This is a little strange, but okay. A public vigil was held for Cobain on April 10th, 1994, at a park at Seattle Center, drawing approximately 7,000 mourners. Pre-recorded messages by Novoselic and Love were played at the memorial. Love read portions of the suicide note to the crowd, crying and chastising Cobain. Near the end of the vigil, Love distributed some of Cobain's clothing to those who still remained. Grohl said that news of Cobain's death was, quote, probably the worst thing that has happened to me in my life. I remember the day after that I woke up and I was heartbroken that he was gone. I just felt like, okay, so I get to wake up today and have another day, and he doesn't. End quote. Grohl believed that he knew Cobain would die at an early age, saying that sometimes you can't save someone from themselves, and in some ways you kind of prepare yourself emotionally for that to be a reality. Dave Reed, who was for a short time Cobain's foster father, said that he, quote, he had that desperation, not the courage to be himself. Once you do that, you can't go wrong because you can't make any mistakes when people love you for being yourself. But for Kurt, it didn't matter that other people loved him. He simply didn't love himself enough. End quote. A final ceremony was arranged for Cobain by his mother, May 31st, 1999, and was attended by both Love and Tracy Marander. As a Buddhist monk chanted, daughter Frances Bean scattered Cobain's ashes into McLean Creek in Olympia, the city where he, quote, had found his true artistic muse, end quote. The death of Kurt Cobain has since been a topic of public fascination and debate. Cobain's artistic endeavors and struggles with heroin addiction, illness, and depression, as well as the circumstances of his death, have become a frequent topic of controversy throughout the world. According to a spokesperson for the Seattle Police Department, the department receives at least one weekly request to reopen the investigation, resulting in the maintenance of the basic incident report on file. In March 2014, the Seattle police developed 4 rolls of film that had been left in an evidence vault. A reason was not provided for why the rolls were not developed earlier. According to the Seattle police, the 35mm film photographs show the scene of Cobain's dead body more clearly than previous Polaroids taken by the police. Detective Mike Ciesinski, a cold case investigator, was instructed to look at the film because, quote, it is 20 years later and it's a high media case, end quote. Ciesinski stated that Cobain's death remains a suicide and that the images would not have been released publicly. The photos in question were later released one by one, weeks before the 20th anniversary of Cobain's death. One photo shows Cobain's arm still wearing the hospital bracelet from the drug rehab facility he checked out of just a few days prior to returning to Seattle. Another photo shows Cobain's foot resting next to a bag of shotgun shells, one of which was used in his death. All right, so right off the bat here, just general impressions from Courtney Love's relationship with Kurt Cobain. So supposedly, if all of this is to be believed, and again, I haven't seen any really reasons not to believe the history here, despite some possible inconsistencies, she's saved him from drug overdoses before. He's had suicide attempts before he escaped from this facility, from a rehab facility. History of mental illness and suicide in the family, some trauma as a child, and a troubled upbringing, young adulthood. So all of the signs are there. Again, that doesn't mean he killed himself, but Courtney Love is hiring a private investigator. Now, the investigator doesn't think to check Kurt Cobain's own house, but how many people hire PIs to find somebody if they killed somebody or hired someone to kill that person? I actually don't know this. The true crime aficionados out there can chime in here. How often is a PI hired to make it look like someone didn't kill their significant other or whoever? But I don't know, for whatever reason, just looking over all this information, the history, the daughter, it seems to me, just on the surface, obviously we're going to dig deeper here, on the surface, just on the surface, without looking at any of the issues with the suicide itself, it seems like Courtney Love would not have done this. But then again, I mean, the statistics are more in favor of a female being killed by her significant other than a male. So again, statistics not on the side of probability here. But however, we can't overlook issues. Now again, this is one of the more innocent issues, I would say, because it's not like they didn't have Polaroids at all or the Polaroids were lost. They had them, plus they had additional 35mm photographs, which for whatever reason were never developed, but they were left in an evidence vault. So again, if somebody was trying to get rid of them, I mean, I guess they would have chucked them, right? They wouldn't have left them in the evidence vault. So this is one of the instances where it seems like it really could have been an innocent mistake, because, I mean, those do happen sometimes. It's not all conspiracy all the time on Mindshock. So real quick, just on his legacy and influence, Cobain has been remembered as one of the most iconic rock musicians in the history of alternative music. His angst-fueled songwriting and anti-establishment persona led him to be referenced as the spokesman of Generation X. In addition, Cobain's songs widened the themes of mainstream rock music of the 80s to discussion of personal reflection and social issues. On April 10th, 2014, Nirvana was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Grohl, Novoselic, and Love accepted the accolade at the ceremony, where Cobain was also remembered. Cobain is one of the best-known members of the 27 Club, a list of musicians who died when they were 27 years old. Now, there are quite a few individuals who are part of this 27 Club. Now, the interesting thing is when you compare and contrast, let's say, the 26 Club or the 28 Club to the 27 Club, are there more that just happen to die at 27? I mean, 25 is also a big one, 33. So, I don't know. Some people read into this in a numerology fashion, and maybe there's something to it, but of course, that is a topic for another podcast. Bill Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins referred to Cobain as the Michael Jordan of our generation. He also stated that Cobain opened the door for everyone in the 90s alternative rock scene. Lars Ulrich of Metallica reflected on Cobain's influence, stating that with Kurt Cobain, you felt you were connecting to the real person, not to a perception of who he was. You were not connecting to an image or a manufactured cutout. You felt that between you and him there was nothing. It was heart to heart. There are very few people who have that ability. Reflecting on Cobain's death over 10 years later, MSNBC's Eric Olson wrote, in the intervening decade, Cobain, a small, frail, but handsome man in life, has become an abstract Generation X icon viewed by many as the last real rock star. A messiah and a martyr whose every utterance has been plundered and parsed. In 2005, a sign was put up in Aberdeen, Washington that read, "Welcome to Aberdeen. Come as you are," as a tribute to Cobain. The sign was paid for and created by the Kurt Cobain Memorial Committee, a nonprofit organization created in May 2004 to honor Cobain. The committee planned to create a Kurt Cobain Memorial Park and a youth center in Aberdeen. Because Cobain was cremated and his remains scattered into the Wishkah River in Washington, many Nirvana's fans visit Veretta Park near Cobain's former Lake Washington home to pay tribute. On the anniversary of his death, fans gather in the park to celebrate his life and memory. Controversy erupted in July 2009 when a monument to Cobain in Aberdeen along the Wishkah River included the quote, "Drugs are bad for you, they will expletive you up." The city ultimately decided to sandblast the monument to replace the expletive with F dash dash dash. But fans immediately drew the letters back in. In December 2013, the small city of Hoquiam, where Cobain once lived, announced that April 10th would become the annual Nirvana Day. Similarly, in January 2014, Cobain's birthday, February 20th, was declared annual Kurt Cobain Day in Aberdeen. In 2003, David Frick of Rolling Stone ranked Cobain the 12th greatest guitarist of all time. He was later ranked the 73rd greatest guitarist, and 45th greatest singer of all time by the same magazine. So they revised it from 12th to 73rd. That's a big gap. MTV 22 Greatest Voices in Music. In 2006, he was placed at 22 by Hit Parader on their list of 100 greatest metal singers of all time. In June 2020, the 1959 Martin D18E acoustic electric guitar used by Cobain for Nirvana's MTV Unplugged performance sold at auction for $6,010,000. So they wanted to sell it for $6 million, and someone outbid them by $10K. It was the most expensive guitar and the most expensive piece of band memorabilia ever sold. Alright, so that's the breakdown on his life and some details towards the end there. And again, from what we've seen with his relationship with Courtney Love, again, what you have here on one side, Courtney Love herself, very, very successful. What would be the true motivation? You know, obviously there is, you could always have more money, I guess, but this wouldn't necessarily fit the crime. I mean, a lot of these other cases, it's a lot different scenario. So let's jump into the details of the actual death, listed as the suicide. April 8th, 1994, Kurt Cobain, the lead singer and guitarist of the grunge band Nirvana, was found dead at his home, Seattle, Washington, at the age of 27. It was determined that he had died 3 days earlier on April 5th. The Seattle Police Department incident report states that Cobain was, quote, was found with a shotgun across his body, had a visible head wound, and there was a suicide note discovered nearby, end quote. Conspiracy theories that Cobain was murdered began shortly after the incident and have persisted into the present day. Okay, so another point to the Rome hospitalization from March 3rd, 1994. This was regarding an overdose of painkillers. His management agency, Gold Mountain Records, said that the overdose was accidental and that he was suffering from influenza and fatigue. So here's the thing, though. Let's say it was accidental. Obviously, they would say it's accidental. Now, if it's not accidental, they would probably still say it's accidental because this is PR damage control. So again, we can't really trust that too much. Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, later said that the overdose had been a suicide attempt. He took 50 pills. He probably forgot how many he took. But there was a definite suicidal urge to be gobbling and gobbling and gobbling. So the other thing is, how much of a devious mastermind is Courtney Love if she killed her hospital? Because she would have had to have added all of these commentaries and nuanced explanations to cover her path. Unless he really was suicidal, and those really were suicide attempts, just not the one that he was actually killed on. Again, we're not going to fall for any black and white logical fallacies here. This is Mindshock, of course. We're examining all theories, all possibilities. Commentators have cited Cobain's persistent drug addiction, clinical depression, and handwritten suicide note as proof of his poor mental state. Members of Cobain's family had noticed patterns of depression and instability in Cobain before he achieved fame. Cobain mentioned that the stomach pains were so severe during Nirvana's 91 European tour that he became suicidal and that taking heroin was his choice, saying, "This heroin is the only thing that's saving me from shooting myself right now." Cobain's cousin, Beverly, a nurse, stated that the singer's family had a history of suicide and that Cobain's bipolar disorder and his struggles with drug addiction led him to suicide. Now again, is his cousin Beverly in on it with Courtney Love? Or if Courtney Love is guilty of the murder and trying to cover it up as a suicide, is it just circumstance and happenstance that there was a history of suicide? I don't know. It's also tough to regard is there a reference to Cobain's stomach issues before Nirvana? Because if this was an undiagnosed lifelong thing, that could prove that he wasn't doing heroin because of it and the heroin caused it. I don't know if there's enough detail there. In Charles Cross's biography, Heavier Than Heaven, Nirvana bassist Krist Novoselic is quoted on seeing Cobain in the days before his intervention. Quote, "He was really quiet. He was just estranged from all of his relationships. He wasn't connecting with anybody," end quote. Novoselic's offer to buy a dinner for Cobain resulted in unintentionally driving him to score heroin. His dealer was right there. He wanted to get expletive up into oblivion. He wanted to die. That's what he wanted to do. March 31st, 1994, Cobain left the rehabilitation center he had checked into the day before, Exodus Recovery Center, by scaling a 6-foot brick wall. On April 2nd, 1994, a taxi driver drove Cobain to a Seattle gun shop where Cobain received a receipt for firearms shells. Cobain told the driver he wanted to buy shells because he had been burglarized. April 8th, 1994, a body was discovered in the greenhouse above the garage at Cobain's Lake Washington Boulevard East house by VECA electric employee Gary T. Smith, who arrived that morning to install security lighting. Smith thought he was asleep until he saw blood oozing from Cobain's ear. He also found a suicide note with a pen stuck through it inside a flower pot. A Remington Model 11 20-gauge shotgun purchased for Cobain by his friend musician Dylan Carlson was found on Cobain's chest. It had been legally purchased by Carlson at Stan Baker's gun shop in Seattle. Cobain did not want the gun purchased in his name because he thought the police might seize it for his own protection. The police had taken away his guns twice in the previous 10 months. The King County medical examiner noted puncture wounds on the side of both right and left elbows. The shotgun, a 20-gauge Remington Model 11, was not checked for fingerprints until May 6th, 1994? According to the fingerprint analysis report, 4 Latin prints were lifted, but they were not usable. The Seattle police report states the shotgun was inverted on Cobain's chest with his left hand wrapped around the barrel. So again, this is why some of these conspiracy theories spring forth if there's just a certain amount of either incompetence. Why would you wait that long? It was not it says the shotgun, we're not talking about running the prints. The gun wasn't even checked for prints until May 6th. They're going to wait a whole month just to check the fingerprints? I mean, how do you verify that it was I mean, don't you want to verify that it was a suicide? Obviously, it looks like a suicide. It's probably a suicide from the history. But again, especially if you're doing a police investigation, there's no emotion here. The history doesn't even matter. You have to look at the physical evidence at the crime scene to make a determination. And they did not do that for a whole month, and then the prints were not usable. See, that's an issue. That's an issue because if someone did murder him and they staged it as a suicide, I mean, obviously they'd probably put his hand on it anyway, so it'd be his prints on the shotgun anyway. But again, you never know. I mean, depending on who's doing it, people do get sloppy sometimes, so I don't know. That's obviously an issue. April 14th, 1994, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer reported that Cobain was high on heroin when he pulled the trigger. The paper reported that the toxicological test determined that the level of morphine in Cobain's bloodstream was 1.52 milligrams per liter and that there was also evidence of Valium in his blood. The report contained a quote from Randall Basalt of the Chemical Toxicological Institute stating that Cobain's heroin level was, quote, at a high concentration by any account, end quote. He also stated that the strength of that dose would depend on many factors, including how habituated Cobain was to the drug. Now again, different scenarios here. Cobain could have injected the drug himself and been high and not killed himself, right? If somebody else killed him. Or somebody else could have injected him and then also staged it as a suicide. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. It's, again, we got to be careful not to fall for any logical fallacies here regarding the known and unknown variables. March 2014, the Seattle Police Department developed 4 rolls of film that had been left in an evidence vault. According to the Seattle Police, the photographs depict the scene of Cobain's corpse more clearly than the previous Polaroid images taken by the police. Detective Mike Szynski, a cold case investigator, was asked to look at the film because, quote, it is 20 years later and it is a high media case, end quote. Szynski stated that the official cause of Cobain's death remained suicide. The images would not be released to the public, but in 2016, the images were released. According to a spokesperson for the Seattle Police, the department receives at least 1 request weekly, mostly through Twitter, to reopen the investigation. This resulted in maintenance of the basic incident on file. Reactions from Cobain's friends. Several of Cobain's friends were surprised when he committed suicide. Mark Lanigan, a longtime friend of Cobain, told Rolling Stone, "I never knew Cobain to be suicidal. I just knew he was going through a tough time." In the same article, Carlson stated that he wished Cobain or someone close to him had told him that Rome was a suicide attempt. Danny Goldberg, husband of Carol and founder of Gold Mountain Records, refers to his book Dispatches from the Culture Wars, How the Left Lost Teen Spirit, to, quote, the crazy internet rumors that Kurt Cobain had not committed suicide but had been murdered, end quote, stating that Cobain's suicide, quote, haunts him every day, end quote. You know, the thing is, though, the people the coincidence theorists that are really shocked at some of these conspiracy theories, I mean, obviously, framing a murder as a suicide is very popular within a murder. Now, we don't know that this was a murder, but if it was, to frame it as a suicide, I mean, that's not that outlandish. Murders are framed as suicides all at a time. So it is quite silly to think that it couldn't happen under any circumstance. Now, is that what happened here? It seems like it didn't. Again, just going over just the quick overview. I'm gonna go deeper as well because, of course, this is Mindshock. But to completely think the notion's the silliest thing in the world, because I mean, he could have crazed, deranged fans. I mean, his life has been threatened before. This is a popular celebrity. We're not talking about some unknown, faceless Joe Schmo here, which, of course, they do get murdered and framed as suicides as well. So, but it wouldn't take that because, of course, he was a prominent personality. Anthony Kiedis, lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, expressed his feelings in his autobiography Scar Tissue, writing, "The news of Cobain's death sucked the air out of the entire house. I didn't feel like I felt when Hillel died. It was more like the world just suffered a great loss. Kurt's death was unexpected. It was an emotional blow and we all felt it. I don't know why everyone on earth felt so close to that guy. He was beloved and endearing and inoffensive in some weird way. For all of his screaming and all of his darkness, he was just lovable. The song Tearjerker from the band's One Hot Minute album was written about Cobain. A musical hero of Cobain's, Greg Sage, said in an interview, "Well, I can't really speculate other than what he said to me, which was he wasn't at all happy about it. Success to him seemed like, I think, a brick wall. There was nowhere else to go but down. It was too artificial for him, and he wasn't an artificial person at all. He was actually, 2 weeks after he died, he was supposed to come here, and he wanted to record a bunch of Leadbelly covers. It was kind of in secret because, people would definitely not allow him to do that. You also have to wonder, he was $1 billion industry at the time, and if the industry had any idea at all of him wishing or wanting to get out, they couldn't have allowed that, in life, because if he was just to get out of the scene, he'd be totally forgotten. But if he was to die, he'd be immortalized." Huh. That's a scenario I hadn't really considered before. Those words have another theory. Is it possible he really was possibly doing enough drugs to overdose, but instead of saving him, someone else killed him to make sure he would die? Because if they got the paramedics there, whatever, he would survive, then he would leave. Again, if this is some kind of crazed fan, music exec, whomever, somebody as of yet unnamed that nobody knows about, if he really was having an overdose, someone wanted to make sure he couldn't be saved, what would they do? They wouldn't call the police, maybe get the shotgun, frame it as a suicide, and make sure it's a done deal. Is that what happened? Again, I don't know. And what if, because again, if he really was trying to commit suicide and someone else actually made sure the job got done by setting the scene up a particular way, maybe even leaving the suicide note, and we'll get into issues with the suicide note as well in a moment, but let's finish up here with the main conspiracy theories. The official ruling of suicide has been disputed by people familiar with the death. Richard Lee. The first to object publicly to the report of suicide was Seattle Public Access host Richard Lee. A week following Cobain's death, Lee aired the first episode of an ongoing series called Kurt Cobain Was Murdered, claiming there were several discrepancies in the police reports, including several changes in the nature of the shotgun blast. Well, and going back to that a little bit, if you shoot yourself with a shotgun, are you going to look like you're asleep? Point blank with a shotgun. Again, we got to get some independent ballistic experts here. So the electrician said he was sleeping and there was only a tiny little blood in his ear. If you shoot yourself point blank with a shotgun, what is the scene going to look like? I don't know. It's an interesting point. Lee acquired a video that was taped on April 8th from the tree outside Cobain's garage, showing the scene around Cobain's body, which he claimed showed a marked absence of blood for what was reported as a point-blank shotgun blast to the head. Several pathology experts have stated that a shotgun blast inside the mouth often results in less blood, unlike a shotgun blast to the head. Wouldn't it blow most of your skull apart, though? Shotguns are pretty powerful. So there was a video that was taped April 8th. So somebody had a video camera hiding in a tree. Is that what this is alleging? Because obviously the police wouldn't have to go climbing trees to get videos. Huh. Tom Grant, a private investigator hired by Love to find Cobain after his departure from drug rehabilitation, said he believes that Cobain was murdered. Okay, so this is getting into the issue here. So if Courtney Love, I guess if Courtney Love really did have him murdered, and then she hired Tom Grant to make it look like she didn't, but he was not in on it. So that's what this would have to mean, because if he was in on it, why would he be pointing to murder? Unless they wanted to frame somebody else for murder, and then it gets really, really convoluted. But, this is Mindshock. We're known for going down every rabbit hole. But I don't know if I want to, as of yet, go down the one where Courtney Love murders him, stages it as a suicide, but wants to frame it on someone else, murdered him, staging it as a suicide, and then the private investigator is or isn't in on it. I mean, I guess that'll be the new McGuire theory, but I'm not saying that happened. Okay, Grant's theory has been analyzed and questioned by several books, television shows, films, and the 2015 docudrama Soaked in Bleach. Grant was still under Love's employment when the body was found. Grant has stated that the events surrounding the death of Cobain are, quote, filled with lies, contradictions in logic, and countless inconsistencies. Motivated by profit over truth as well as a web of business deals and personal career considerations, Courtney Love, her lawyers, and many of Courtney's industry supporters have engaged in an effort to keep the public from learning the real facts of the case, end quote. There are several components to Grant's theory. Grant argues that Cobain could not have injected himself with such a dose and still have been able to pull the trigger. Grant does not believe that Cobain was killed by the heroin dose. He suggests that the heroin dose was used to incapacitate Cobain before the final shotgun blast was administered by the perpetrator. Grant, Wallace, and Halperin have used the dosage reported in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, not the actual autopsy report, and may not have the correct figure. The Seattle police cannot release the information to the media because reports and records of autopsies are confidential and protected under state and federal law. While working for Love, Grant was given access to Cobain's suicide note and used her fax machine to make a photocopy, which has since been widely distributed. After studying the notes, Grant believed that it was actually a letter written by Cobain announcing his intent to leave Love, Seattle, and the music business. Grant asserts that the lines at the very bottom of the note, separate from the rest, are the only parts implying suicide. While the official report on Cobain's death concluded that Cobain wrote the note, Grant claims that the official report does not distinguish these final lines from the rest of the note and assumes it was entirely written by Cobain. Now that is quite interesting. What is the best of both worlds? If you are framing a suicide, having an actual note written by the person that you murdered and set up as a suicide, and then possibly trying to forge a small part of the letter, assuming that most people would just assume it was his because most of it matches. I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting to note how many cases that has been discovered to be the case. Despite consulting with many handwriting experts, some disagree with Grant's claims. Document examiner Janice Parker concluded that the note was written by Cobain after spending 2 weeks examining the original copy. When Dateline NBC sent a copy of the note to 4 different handwriting experts, one concluded that the entire note was in Cobain's hand, while the other 3 said the sample was inconclusive. 75% inconclusive, 25% conclusive. One expert contacted by the television series Unsolved Mysteries expressed the difficulty in drawing a conclusion given that the note being studied was a photocopy rather than the original. But in the same documentary, 2 other experts found the writing, especially the last 4 lines, suspicious. Grant also cites circumstantial evidence from the police report. For example, the report claimed that the doors of the greenhouse could not have been locked from the outside, meaning that Cobain would have had to lock them himself. Grant said that when he saw the doors for himself, he found that they could be locked and pulled shut. He also questions the lack of fingerprint evidence connecting Cobain to key evidence, including the shotgun. Grant notes that the official report said that Cobain's fingerprints were also absent from the suicide note, as well as the pen that had been shoved through it, and yet Cobain was found without gloves on. None of the circumstantial evidence directly points to murder, but Grant said he believes it supports the larger case. In studying the Rome incident, journalists Ian Halperin and Max Wallace contacted Dr. Osvaldo Galletta, who treated Cobain after the incident. Galletta contested the claim that the Rome overdose was a suicide attempt, telling Halperin and Wallace, "We can usually tell a suicide attempt. This doesn't look like one to me." The letter also specifically denied Love's claim that 50 Rohypnol pills were removed from Cobain's stomach. However, they also stated Grant believes Courtney may have mixed a large number of pills into Kurt's champagne, so that when he took a drink, he was actually unknowingly ingesting large amounts of the drug, enough to kill him. But if that's the case, why did she call the police when she found him unconscious on the floor? If she wanted Kurt dead, why didn't she just leave him on the floor until he died? Okay, so my analysis on that is this. First of all, it seems like Courtney Love really did love Kurt Cobain. And again, when you're dealing with individuals, a lot of drugs involved, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. We're dealing with human beings, emotional human beings, and then also emotional human beings with drug dependencies and drug effects that are always in play here. What if Courtney Love really did want to kill him? And then as he was dying, she changed her mind. And she realized she couldn't live without him. But if she's crazy, then later on, she maybe hired someone else to do it because she realized she couldn't do it herself, because she loved him too much. But then there were other issues. Again, not every individual involved in murder is 100% logical, emotionally normal. All of these things that, for whatever reason, within the true crime sphere, a lot of people so-called debunk theories based on, well, this person, they would have done this or they would have done that. We're dealing with human beings here, emotional human beings who can change their mind, who can be affected by drugs. Is it possible Courtney Love really did love Kurt Cobain? She tried to kill him in Rome, realized she couldn't do it because she loved him too much, and then had to hire it out because she realized she wasn't strong enough to do it? Or was she being manipulated by other entities as well, and she really didn't want to do it and she was being forced to? Again, we don't, like, there's a dark side to the music industry. There's blackmail going on. There's a lot of darkness in not just Hollywood and the movie industry, but in the music industry as well. We're dealing, again, with human beings here, human beings of various moral compasses, so to speak. Are there things they would or wouldn't do? We don't know. We don't know these people. We don't know their backgrounds in terms of if Courtney Love was being manipulated by other people. So let's continue on here with Grant. Grant believes that the claim of the Rome incident being a suicide attempt was not made until after Cobain's death. He claims that people close to Cobain, including Gold Mountain Records, specifically denied the characterization prior to Cobain's death. Grant believes that if Rome had been truly a suicide attempt, Cobain's friends and family would have been told so that they could watch over him. Others have asserted that the claims made by Gold Mountain and others were simply efforts to mask what was happening behind the scenes. Lee Ronaldo, guitarist for Sonic Youth, told Rolling Stone, Rome was only the latest installment of those around Cobain keeping a semblance of normalcy for the outside world. Grant spoke to Love's attorney, Rosemary Carroll, at her office April 13th, 1994. He said she pressed him to investigate Cobain's death and that Cobain was not suicidal. So this is what Rosemary Carroll is allegedly stating to Grant. So both of them technically work for Courtney Love. So Rosemary Carroll, who's obviously privy to attorney-client privilege with Courtney Love. So for whatever reason, she's telling him to investigate Cobain's death. Courtney Love's attorney is allegedly telling this private investigator, Grant, that Cobain was not suicidal. Carroll also claims that Cobain had asked her to draw up a will excluding Love because he was planning to file for divorce. Grant said this was the motive for Cobain's death, thus alleging he had been murdered by Love. Carroll also provided Grant with a handwriting practice note that she found in Love's backpack that was left at her home. It has been suggested that the handwriting on this practice note is markedly similar to the handwriting found on the last 4 lines of Cobain's suicide note. Okay, so now the plot thickens. Now, when we're on the surface, where Courtney Love would probably have no reason to kill Kurt Cobain, Unless he was filing for divorce. Now, how does a female react of the personality type of Courtney Love when, I mean, this is basically the it couple of the music world. And he's, of course, capable of making a lot of money. She's capable of making a lot of money. Now, how is it going to look? Now, again, people's egos are possibly the second most. I mean, a lot of this is intertwined, but obviously, or scorned lovers are, of course, one of the most murdering entities, be it a man or woman, within human existence. Now you mix in the money, okay, well, now you got a lot of problems. Grant has contended that another motive for Love wanting Cobain dead was him turning down nearly $10 million to headline the 1994 Lollapalooza Festival. Okay, so that is another issue. So where the circumstantial evidence is mounting, and see the problem. This is why we need competent police work, because if you didn't have these question marks at the scene, then this would be a little bit easier to sweep under the rug. Whereas because there's so many question marks at the scene, and then you have the circumstantial evidence piling up. So you have Courtney Love's attorney. So is she also Cobain's attorney? Because it's stating here that Grant spoke to Love's attorney, Rosemary Carroll, and that Carroll also told him that Cobain himself had told her to exclude Love from the will, and he's filing for divorce. And Carroll gave Grant a handwriting practice note from Courtney Love's backpack that was left at her home. Now, okay, why would that note be there? Why, if Courtney Love was doing practice notes, shouldn't she have gotten rid of them, or did she forget? Again, if she's on drugs, if her kid's distracting her, if a music exec needs her attention immediately, maybe she forgets to get rid of all of the practice notes? I don't know, it seems a little strange, but what would be the motivations for Grant and Carroll to be making all of this stuff up? So would they be getting paid by somebody, by a rival of Courtney Love, to make her look bad? I mean, what's the motivation here? Or are they just simply mistaken? Can we write off all of these anomalies and coincidences? Obviously, coincidence theorists do, but this is Mindshock. I mean, I'm still not convinced, but it is interesting. And it's also interesting that Grant was hired by Courtney Love herself. So is this a case of a guy with a conscience, in which case he should be celebrated? Because how often are people hired by people just to peddle whatever they're paid to peddle? I mean, that's human nature. So again, I'm not willing to dismiss Grant outright. Grant counters the claim that he profits from the sale of casebook kits on his website by stating that it offsets some of the costs of his investigation. Grant stated, quote, "I wrestled with that. But if I go broke, I'll have to give up my pursuit and Courtney wins," end quote. And that's a good point. I mean, how often can people just work for free indefinitely? People got to make money. That doesn't necessarily point for or against anything. Sergeant Donald Cameron, one of the homicide detectives involved in the case, specifically dismissed Grant's theory, claiming Grant hasn't shown us a shred of proof that this was anything other than suicide, end quote. But here's the thing, though. The burden of proof is one making a positive claim. So if they're stating it's a suicide, they have to conclusively prove it. If you have no fingerprints, if you have a shotgun point blank in someone's mouth that has no effect on their face or their head and it looks like they're sleeping. I mean, those are issues. Those are definitely issues. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Grant, in turn, has accused Cameron of being a personal friend of Courtney Love's. Dylan Carlson told Halperin and Wallace that he also did not believe that the theory was legitimate, and in an interview with Broomfield, implied that if he believed that his friend was murdered, he would have dealt with it himself. That's pretty dark. So here's the thing, though. Again, Dylan Carlson might truly believe that it was suicide, even if it's not, and he might be completely truthful there. Maybe he would have wanted to go kill Courtney if he thought she was responsible, regardless of whether she was or she wasn't. In Kurt and Courtney, a 1998 British documentary, he specifically states that he would kill Love and any others involved if he believed that they had murdered Cobain. Quite dark, quite dark. So again, what does that prove? That just proves that maybe either he was really paid off, or he truly believes that it was a suicide, regardless of whether it was or it wasn't. So Nick Broomfield, filmmaker Nick Broomfield, deciding to investigate the theories himself, brought a film crew to visit a number of people associated with both Cobain and Love, including Love's estranged father, Cobain's aunt, and one of the couple's former nannies. Broomfield also spoke to the Mentors' bandleader, Eldon Duce Hoke, who claimed that Love had offered him $50,000 to kill Cobain. Wow, from 10 mil to 50,000. Although Hoke claimed that he knew who killed Cobain, he did not mention a name and offered no evidence to support his assertion. However, he mentioned speaking to someone called Allan of the band Kill Allan Wrench before quickly interjecting, "I mean, my friend," then laughing, "I'll let the FBI catch him." Okay, so is this guy a loon or did he slip up there? According to Mentors' bass player Steve Broy, the whole story was concocted to sell supermarket tabloids. Broomfield incidentally captured Hoke's final interview as he died days later when he was struck by a train in the middle of the night. Okay, all right, we're getting into crazy land here. We're getting into Mindshock crazy land. Okay, now I'm mildly interested in this theory because the coincidence stack is starting to pile on here. Okay. Days after this interview, he just happens to be struck by a train in the middle of the night. So, how often do people get struck by a train in the middle of the night? I mean, maybe I've watched too many Hollywood movies, but there are setups that are done to make it look like people got struck by a train. Some of them are quite ominous. Isn't there one involving Joe Biden? Not to get political, but there were some crazy conspiracy theories with Biden. But if someone knows if someone has that on the top of their head, they can jump in with that and elucidate the point. So let's get more into this Hoke character. So here's the thing, though. Let's say he did make up the story for headlines. How do you know it's not true either? Because I mean, it's a popular theory, so that doesn't really say much. Even if his bandmates admit again, according to the self-published book "Truth is Funnier Than Fiction" by Mentors bass player Steve Broy, the whole story was concocted by Mentors associate Reverend Bud Green in order to sell supermarket tabloids. Whether true or not, I mean, I don't know. So let's go over the backstory here. After the death of Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain was discovered in the greenhouse of Cobain's Lake Washington home, April 8, 1994, Hoke began making the claim that Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, had offered to pay him to kill Cobain. He promoted his story in such media outlets as TV's Jerry Springer Show, the National Enquirer weekly tabloid, and in Nick Broomfield's documentary film, Kurt and Courtney. In 1996, Hoke passed a lie detector test when he claimed that Love had offered him $50,000 to kill Cobain. Now, again, referring lie detector tests, of course, they're not admissible in court because they're not that reliable, but they're mostly not reliable on a fail. So if you fail it, it doesn't really mean anything, even though it makes you look bad. If you pass it, it means you weren't that nervous. But more likely, if you pass, you're telling the truth than when you fail, you're lying. So either he was that crazy, he really made himself believe it, but it is quite interesting that he did pass a lie detector test. They should have done more than one. I just see that there was one down here. It doesn't give a lot of details, but that he was offered $50,000 to kill Kurt Cobain. In his interview in Kurt and Courtney, recorded April 11th, 1997, Duce again claimed that Love had offered him $50,000 to whack Kurt Cobain, and further claimed that he knew who did kill Cobain, giving the name Allan, some say from the band Kill Allan Wrench, but said he would let the FBI catch him. On April 19th, 1997, one day after his final performance and talking to Brent Alden, and 8 days after filming his interview with Nick Broomfield for the Kurt and Courtney documentary, Hoke was found dead on the railroad tracks in Riverside, California, decapitated in the accident. He was hit full on by a freight train doing 60 miles per hour, according to Steve Broy, the Mentors' bass player. See, this is pre-social media days. So in 1997, 8 days after filming the interview, 8 days is a long time. 8 days is enough time to get the word out that this guy did the interview, right? I mean, that's enough time to find out and set something up. I'm not saying that's what happened, but again, it's interesting here. Subsequent tests indicated a high blood alcohol content, and thus Hoke's official cause of death was given by the coroner's office as misadventure. Al Jorgensen of the industrial metal band Ministry wrote in his autobiography that El Duce was killed by the train when some fans on the other side of the railroad tracks called his name. As he attempted to cross to meet them, his foot became stuck in the track. Due to the timing of his death 8 days after the Kurt and Courtney interview, people have speculated that his death was related to the statements he made that Courtney Love offered him $50,000 to whack Cobain and that someone named Allan took the offer. See, here's the thing, though. I mean, this is quite a coincidence because how often do people get decapitated by trains? I mean, even drunk rock stars, drunk people in the music industry, drugged and druggies, drunk people, how often do they get decapitated by trains? I'm just saying. And how often does that happen within days after making highly controversial claims? So again, it's a lot of coincidences there. Broomfield titled the Finnish documentary Kurt and Courtney, which was released February 27th, 1998. In the end, Broomfield felt he hadn't uncovered enough evidence to conclude the existence of a conspiracy. In a 1998 interview, he summed up his thoughts: "I think that he committed suicide. I don't think that there's a smoking gun. And I think there's only one way you can explain a lot of things around his death. Not that he was murdered, but that there was just a lack of caring for him. I think that Courtney had moved on, and he was expendable." So that's another interesting dynamic, because if Courtney was done with it, but he was supposedly the one that was going to file for divorce, maybe that's not true. I don't know, but what motivations would the lawyer have, would Carol have, for making all this stuff up, and then the practice note found in Love's backpack? I mean, it's hard to make heads or tails of this, but I just keep coming back to, if you put a shotgun in your mouth and pull the trigger, is it really going to look like you could just be sleeping? I mean, that's one critical point there. That's tough. It's tough to get around that. But I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what that points to, because if this was a murder, how did they kill him in some other manner and then set it up with the shotgun? I don't know. And obviously that would be found out in the autopsy. So was the fix already in with the police department where it didn't matter how this all went down? Now, again, when you're dealing with some of these major players in the music industry, I mean, if they have millions to throw around like nothing, perhaps they did pay off the police department. I'm not saying they did or they didn't, but it seems like there has to be some explanation for all of these inconsistencies, and it's just simply not enough in either direction. Even in the suicide, there's not enough there. With the murder theory, there's not enough there. So it seems like no theory has enough to support it at this point. Ian Halperin and Max Wallace. Journalists Ian Halperin and Max Wallace followed a similar path and attempted to investigate the murder theory themselves. Based on evidence gathered in interviews, Halperin and Wallace believed that Cobain wanted to divorce Love near the time of his death, and that she was looking for a vicious divorce lawyer to help crush a prenuptial agreement she'd reportedly signed that would keep their respective fortunes separate in the event of divorce. They also made the case that because Nicholas Hartshorn, the coroner in Cobain's case, was an admitted friend of Love's, that this was a conflict of interest. Okay, the plot has thickened sufficiently. Okay, now with Hoke, with the possible police detective being friends with Courtney Love, now we have an admitted friend who's the coroner? How is he allowed to do the autopsy then? I mean, that is indeed a conflict of interest. This is rough. This is really rough. Add in Hoke's death, and then the coroner happening to be an admitted friend of Courtney Love's. We are definitely in the territory of conspiracy at this point. Whether it was or wasn't, there now seems to be a bit there. Their initial book, Who Killed Kurt Cobain, was released in 1999 and drew a similar conclusion to Broomfield's film. While there wasn't enough evidence to conclusively prove foul play, there was more than enough to demand that the case be reopened. And I think everybody can agree with that, right? Because there's enough funny business here, regardless of what really happened. There's enough funny business here. A notable element of the book included their discussions with Grant, who had taped nearly every conversation he had undertaken while he was working for Love. Halperin and Wallace insisted that Grant play the tapes of his conversations with Carol so that they could confirm his story. Over the next several years, Halperin and Wallace collaborated with Grant to write a second book, 2004's Love and Death, The Murder of Kurt Cobain. Friends and family. Now again, just to put this in perspective with the coroner, how often, whether this is Hollywood, whether this is famous people, music industry, Hollywood, whatever, politicians, how often is the significant other of whoever committed suicide or was murdered, their friend is the coroner? I mean, that's a problem. I don't know. That's a problem. They said it was an admitted friend, so apparently there's no denial on that part. So I don't know. That's rough. That's really rough. I don't know what to make of that. Friends and family. Several of Cobain's friends and even members of his own family also believe Cobain was murdered. Hank Harrison, Courtney Love's father, has shared his belief that Love had a motive, there is evidence of foul play, and the case should be reopened. Cobain's grandfather, Leland Cobain, also publicly stated that he believed Cobain was murdered. In August 2005, Sonic Youth's Kim Gordon was asked about Cobain's death in an interview for Uncut magazine. When asked what she thought to be Cobain's motive in committing suicide, Gordon replied, "I don't even know that he killed himself. There are people close to him who don't think that he did." When asked if she thought someone else had killed him, Gordon answered, "I do, yes." In the same interview, Gordon's then-husband and collaborator Thurston Moore said, "Kurt died in a very harsh way. It wasn't just an OD. He actually killed himself violently. It was so aggressive, and he wasn't an aggressive person. He was a smart person. He had an interesting intellect." So it kind of made sense because it was like, wow, what a expletive gesture. But at the same time, it was like something's wrong with that gesture. It doesn't really lie with what we know. So here's another point, though. The whole intervention with his drug use, was that some kind of a setup? Did he... So here's the thing, though. He did use drugs, obviously. So again, we're not going to fall for any black and white fallacy here. So it's tough to say without swinging completely to one side or another side of any issue. But what if Courtney Love was prepping this suicide angle and she was telling people he was suicidal when he wasn't? How much would that piss him off? Would that make him not want to go to rehab? And then he realizes what the whole thing looks like. It kind of looks like she's right to other people, so he just did it to kind of shut them up. And then he was just very conflicted the whole time. I mean, this is very, very tragic in a lot of ways. And then also, if Courtney Love is bipolar, has some kind of split personality, one of them loves Kurt Cobain, one of them wants him dead. So how would that play out if that were true? And is that what we see playing out? The other thing that I think probably doesn't get enough attention is Kurt's plans to go record those covers that would be unauthorized in Kansas. So obviously people wouldn't want him to do that. So if he really was planning to leave the industry, I mean, how often do we see this kind of tragic case of someone wanting to get out of a situation and other people don't let them? If that's what happened here. I mean, it almost reminds me of the Brianna Maitland case. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock true crime episode on Brianna Maitland, check that one out. It seems like she hung with a bad crowd, but then she was going back to school. She was getting herself together. She wanted to leave the drug scene, but then she ends up dead because other people don't want her to get out. So that reminds me a little bit of a theoretical scenario here. Kurt obviously he could have been trying to get out and still killed himself, but there are definitely questions here. Again, questions that we don't have in other cases. That's really the metric here, right? In open and shut suicides, of which, I mean, I'm sure out of all of the open and shut suicides on the books, that at least a couple were probably murders set up to look like suicides. And if they were done very well, nobody would be the wiser, especially if no motives were uncovered, if no one did any digging. And people aren't going to do a lot of digging for nobodies, so to speak. I mean, it's sad. Obviously, everybody deserves justice. But with high prolific figures like Kurt Cobain and some of these other celebrities, you always have to wonder why there are inconsistencies. Again, I still think there's a little less here than in other cases to just flat out call conspiracy for sure. This is Mindshock. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If I do a follow-up episode, I will also address some body language and micro expressions from Courtney Love in the years that followed. Just reading over other people's theories, some people actually believe Courtney Love did it without actually knowing any of this information, simply because at the time as this was all unfolding, just watching interviews or seeing her in the media, they felt that she was insincere. And so these are hardcore fans of both Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love that thought this. I did not watch these interviews as it was unfolding at the time, and I'm not a hardcore fan of either of them, actually. I would say I'm a fan of Nirvana, but I wouldn't say I was a hardcore fan. I didn't go to Kurt Cobain shows or any of that. And Courtney Love, too, barely familiar with her other than her rock star status, so to speak, and popularity. But people who were actually said that they did not feel like she was sincere, and they've seen a lot of media on her. Now, the reason for that could be different, too, because maybe she was planning to leave him, then he commits suicide. Maybe she really didn't care about him, but she had to put up the act afterwards, even if she didn't murder him. So again, that's why when examining some of these micro-expressions, Freudian slips, body language, all of these things, the reason why behind them isn't quite known. All you can tell is they're either being insincere or lying. You don't really know why, and that doesn't make them guilty of any particular claim. So let's go over some mind shocks in the case and a couple more details. This is from Listverse, 10 Dark Theories and Claims Surrounding the Death of Kurt Cobain by Marcus Loth, posted April 8, 2018. On April 8, 1994, the body of Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain was discovered in a room that sat above his detached garage. Cobain has been described as the voice of a generation. Now he was silent, courtesy of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, allegedly. However, almost a quarter of a century later, many still question the verdict of suicide. And we're not just talking about crazed fans and conspiracy theorists who insist Elvis is still alive either. It's funny because there can't be any rational conspiracy theorists either, right? It has to be compositional logical fallacies and hasty generalization logical fallacies, where the small portion of conspiracy theorists are painted as the whole. In the 2015 documentary Soaked in Bleach, former Seattle Police Chief Norm Stamper expressed significant regret that they didn't more closely examine key individuals who, quote, had a motive to see Kurt Cobain dead, end quote. So perhaps this police chief was not in on it? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Okay. 10 no fingerprints on the gun. Hopefully these are in mind-shocking order, so we'll get to the most mind shocks at the end. According to investigation records, there were no usable fingerprints recovered from either the shotgun that Kurt allegedly used to end his life or on the shells that had been loaded into it. Given that Kurt was not found wearing gloves and the gun lay on his lifeless chest with his left hand clasped around it, they should have been present in several places. Furthermore, there wasn't any hint of gun residue that would have been present on Cobain had he fired the weapon. Wow, that's insanely mind-shocking. Or when did they test for it? Because again, this investigation looks like it was shoddy one way or another. Perhaps as a further twist, the gun in question was found to have been freshly loaded with 3 shells. While this is only circumstantial and admittedly not very convincing, given that the assertion was that Cobain had obtained the shotgun in the immediate run-up to his death in order to kill himself, it was odd that he would load it with 3 shells instead of just 1. 9. Too much heroin in his system. It has been argued that not only would the amount of heroin and Valium to boot that was found in Cobain's system likely would have found him unable to pull the trigger of a gun, but it almost certainly would have killed him. In his paper, Dead Men Don't Pull Triggers, Canadian toxicologist Roger Lewis argued this point passionately, stating it would have either immediately rendered him incapacitated and in a comatose state or killed him instantly. Although Lewis stopped short of saying that Cobain was intentionally drugged and murdered, he stood by his claim that Cobain didn't pull the trigger on the gun that killed him. Many who dismiss these claims point to the experiments of Dr. Colin Brewer, who, after orally taking up to 2 times the amount of heroin that Cobain had in his system when he died, was still able to comprehend and even balance on one leg. However, there is a difference in intensity between orally administered doses and injections of street heroin. The arguments on this one are not strong on either side. Okay, let's see how big Colin Brewer is, because, again, Kurt Cobain was not a large man. I can't find Brewer's stats, height and weight, but if he's a bit bigger, yeah, he doesn't look that small. He looks either average or larger than average size, so Cobain would have probably been a bit smaller than him, and then of course the street heroin angle. Okay, 8, the suicide note. And even on it, you could see, yeah, obviously the last 4 lines look different. They do look different. I mean, it could be as a result of getting more and more emotional. They get bigger. I mean, I really don't know, but I can't say how anybody could just brush it off and say definitely 100% conclusive. They're definitely different. Now, whether he wrote it or not, I mean, that's, again, it's hard to really say definitively either way, but the last couple lines are definitely off from the rest of the note. I mean, that's a fact. The suicide note that Kurt left appears to be quite a thought-provoking, well-planned piece of writing. It has been argued by some who have studied it, and many have, that the note doesn't make any mention of suicide at all until the last 4 lines. Until then, it speaks mainly of his love for music, but no longer having a love of performing it. Many believe the note was actually talking about his intent to leave the band, something which he may have planned to forward to the media in the days that followed, assuming the theory is correct. What makes those last 4 lines even more interesting is that the handwriting appears to be written by someone else. The note has been analyzed by many experts, and the findings seem to be pretty much split down the middle. Some say it is the same handwriting, others are certain that it isn't, and insist that another person added the last 4 lines after Cobain's death. 7. Credit card used after death. It is widely agreed that Kurt Cobain likely died on April 5th before the discovery of his body on April 8th. What is perhaps strange, then, are the records that show 2 transactions on Kurt's credit card on April 6th. Some take this as an indication that Kurt's card was being used after he died. Whoever was using it would have a better understanding of the timeline around his death than most. Others have pointed out that the dates on the credit card statement probably only show when the card was charged, not when the transaction took place. On a possibly related note, a different brand of cigarettes than the ones that Cobain smoked were found in the ashtray in the room where his body was discovered. Cobain's brand was also in the ashtray. Whoever may have smoked that other brand of cigarette has never been identified. Could it be someone who used Cobain's card, either with his permission or after discovering the body and taking the card by way of opportunism? And again, is there a DNA sample from those other cigarettes? Because if they still have this evidence, they could test it. If it was a sloppy person, who knows? 6. Cobain's lawyer and claims of divorce. Tom Grant is a former detective and private investigator who was originally hired by Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, on April 3rd to find Kurt after he'd left drug rehab 2 days earlier. According to Grant, his investigation uncovered evidence that Kurt was planning to divorce his wife and that this was the reason he was, in Grant's opinion, murdered. Grant claimed he had spoken with Cobain's attorney, Rosemary Carroll, just days after his body was discovered. According to Grant, Carroll had agreed with his theories and urged him to continue his investigation. Furthermore, the private detective claimed that Carroll had confided in him that in the weeks prior to his death, Kurt had her change his will so that Love would be excluded because he was indeed just about to divorce her. While Grant had spoken publicly about this alleged conversation, Carroll herself hasn't. However, this lack of response is seen by some as Carroll indirectly confirming that the conversation took place due to her not denying the claims. Furthermore, in the documentary Kurt and Courtney, a former nanny who worked at the Cobain property claimed there was increased talk about divorce from Kurt during phone calls in the weeks leading up to his death. And again, does that really prove anything one way or another? Because if he did want to get divorced, that would make him more emotional. So would that be more likely to commit suicide again? Or, of course, I mean, it could be ammunition for either theory, so to speak. So regarding Carroll publicly speaking, I mean, if these are major players involved, she probably shouldn't speak publicly, right? And then didn't she violate attorney-client privilege by telling Grant information about her clients or clients? Apparently she was both of their lawyers. I don't know. Here it's stating that she's Cobain's attorney, not Love's attorney. But okay. 5. The claims and death of Duce. One of the strangest incidents surrounding the death of Kurt Cobain was the death of Duce. The Los Angeles heavy metal musician, whose real name was Eldon Hoke, had claimed to British documentary maker Nick Broomfield that Love had offered him $50,000 to, quote, blow his expletive head off, end quote. He stated that this conversation had happened outside the rock shop in Hollywood. Apparently, the manager of the shop, Karush Sepajan, had witnessed the exchange between Love and Hoke and would later confirm that what Hoke said was true. Hoke also took a lie detector test on the matter and passed with a 99.9% certainty. Days after being filmed for Kurt and Courtney, though, he was found dead on the railway track near his home in Los Angeles. His death was ruled as accidental. He had gotten drunk and had wandered onto the track near his home. Needless to say, quite a few eyebrows were raised in certain corners. So if this track was that close to his home, how come he didn't get decapitated earlier? I mean, a lifetime of getting drunk and wandering tracks. I mean, again, I'm not saying that it's not a coincidence, but the timing is suspect. And now we have the manager of the shop, Karush Sheptjan, is confirming that he had a conversation with Courtney Love and Hoke, but so he overheard the conversation, so he was close enough to hear what they were saying? Okay, so I found this post. This was posted June 8th, 2014 on Kurt Cobain discussion on Facebook. The first third of 1996 was a very interesting time in the case of the 3-year-old open and shut suicide of Kurt Cobain. A man had come forward to the Los Angeles police stating that he was offered by Courtney Love $50,000 to whack Cobain. The unthinkable proposition came in front of an LA record shop called The Rock Shop when Courtney Love allegedly exited a limo on December 30th, 1993, and staggered up to Eldon Hoke, or Duce, Hoke's stage name in the band The Mentors. According to Hoke, she came into the store with him and made a deal for him to kill Kurt at an undisclosed future date, which was all witnessed by the shop manager, Karush Sheptjan, who gave Courtney a business card as a contact number to reach Hoke when the job needed to be done. Huh. Wait, so the shop manager was part of this negotiation? Love had been proven to be in LA that day, as Nirvana was playing 5 miles away that night. Courtney was also undeniably proven to know Hoke, as his former bassist, Muse was dating Love's former drummer from Hole, Caroline Rue. The Mentors and Hole were both based in the same seedy Riverside area of LA and played multiple shows together in the early 90s. Duce, who wore an executioner's mask on stage, was a no-brainer for a hitman for Courtney. Okay, all right. Oh man, this whole saga of Hoke and being a hitman. I mean, if you're in some kind of drug-induced stupor, possibly mental, possibly with a split personality like Courtney Love, and you see a guy in an executioner's mask on stage, if you're on drugs, is that the guy you're going to go to? Is that your best option? Then things got complicated. At the end of March 1994, Nirvana's label DGC asked the band's management company, Gold Mountain Entertainment, to stage an intervention for Kurt. John Silva, Danny Goldberg's owner of Gold Mountain, right-hand man, was put in charge of getting the intervention together with Courtney's reluctant help. So Courtney didn't want to do the intervention? Is that because she was planning to kill him already? Or other reasons? The intervention was a failure, with Kurt refusing treatment and Courtney left to go to LA for her own controversial hotel detox, in which she was to stay in her room and not do drugs, and in this scenario most likely set up the hit on Kurt. So they're both doing their own type of detox? So Courtney's doing a self-detox by just hanging out in a hotel room? This isn't making a lot of sense. A recording, which is now on this page, shows that she did not expect Kurt to follow her or actually believe that he even needed help. But Kurt did end up following her to LA a couple days later, only to real rehab at Exodus Recovery Center, where he would have been kept safe and left clean. A couple of days into Kurt's stay, Pat Smear and Joe Mama Nitzberg, both old LA friends of Courtney's before she knew Kurt, showed up at Kurt's rehab with candy, fanzines, and a letter from Courtney. Cobain promptly jumped the fence and flew home after reading it. The letter has never been recovered. Wow, this is some mind-shocking revelation here. If this is true, that's crazy. Around this time, Courtney called the rock shop and spoke to the manager who she had talked to Duce in front of a few months ago, Karush Septjan. He later stated to police that Courtney told him she called him because she needed Duce for, quote, the job, end quote, and that she was furious when he told her Duce was on tour. So wait, they all agreed to do this? And then, I'm on tour, I can't do the hit right now, I gotta do the hit later. This is really bizarre. She actually asked if Septjan would do the hit, a whole solicitation for murder charge on its own if anybody ever wants to pursue it, and Septjan claimed he hung up on her at this point. But that may not be the case. What if he set her up with a different man for the job? A loser who Duce knew closely named Allan Wrench. A week after the phone call, Kurt was dead. So is this true that this Septjan guy told police this? And they verified this call? This is crazy. I mean, this would be the smoking gun. Or close to it. A week after the phone call, Kurt was dead. For 3 years, tales of suicide and often theories of murder flew around with no real basis that could be proven either way. That is, until early 1997, when Duce came forward to the Los Angeles police and told his story. Now again, people making up stories for tabloids and all this stuff, would they risk making false statements by going directly to the police department? Because it's a different story to make something up on your own and pretend it's fiction than to actually walk into a police station and make a statement. Duce and Karush Septjan later took lie detector tests conducted by Dr. Edward Gelb, one of the top men in the field in the country, and Duce passed with flying colors. Septjan nodded out from heroin halfway through his test, and it was inconclusive. So both of these guys were willing to take the test. So apparently Duce he passed with flying colors, which I guess, I mean, if Dr. Edward Gelb is stating that he passed the test with flying colors, no deception at all, that's interesting. And Septjan was passing out from heroin during the test. Okay, so that's an inconclusive test. But they were both willing to even take the test. What does that tell us? At this point in time, the film Kurt and Courtney was being made by Nick Broomfield, and when he heard of El Duce's spectacular claims backed up by a lie detector test, he just had to go investigate for his film. El Duce was drunk when the crew, Broomfield and Soundman, arrived, and during his interview he let the name Allan slip, causing him to become red-faced and flustered. He was obviously very worried that he had said that.
But you did some deal with Courtney, right?
Yeah. She offered me 50 grand to whack Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, I was telling you this.
She what?
50 grand to whack Kurt Cobain.
And that's a fact, is it? But people might think you're not the most reliable witness.
Well, that's too bad. You may not be the reliable witness your own self. Now think about that one.
Yeah.
You know, when she offered me money, God dang, I wish I would have taken it, man. But I know who whacked him.
But how were you going to whack him? Did she tell you how to do it?
Yeah, blow his fucking head off.
So where were you going to find him to do it?
Well, up there, and she gave, mapped it out. I mean, up there in Bellevue, wherever they live, right outside Seattle. I know right where the house is. I know right what garden pop him in. I just didn't think she was serious.
But did she tell you how she wanted you to pop
she
him?
says, blow his fucking head off. I got the shotgun.
But she didn't say anything about
Make it look like a suicide.
Well, yeah, but if you just blew his brains out like you said, it wouldn't look like suicide. It looked like you blew his brains out, right?
But I told Allan, my friend, who I'll let the FBI catch him. But that's just the way it's done. End of story. Hey, 50 grand does a lot of talking. You buy me a beer, I might do some more talking. Ah!
7 days later, El Duce was dead, but not before getting out the full name of Cobain's killer on tape. The night before his death, he gave an interview to the Rocket magazine before he was to go on stage with his new band titled Courtney Killed Kurt. He told the interviewer, "You see, I actually know the real killer who murdered Cobain." At which point the interviewer eagerly asked, "Who is?" Hoke answered, "His name is Allan Wrench." And he headed to the stage for his last show. So this is even more damning. This is the night before his death, where he's actually giving the full name. Okay, that makes it... Okay, so now the coincidence stack, which was turning into a coincidence mountain, is now officially a coincidence peak at a very... this is beyond coincidental. This is rough. This is rough. I don't know what to make of this. The next morning, April 19th, 1997, witnesses and Wrench himself claim that he, Wrench, showed up at El Duce's ranch furious. After Wrench manhandled Hoke into a bedroom and screamed at him for a while for giving him up, the two told witnesses that they were going to get some beer, and Wrench drove. That was the last time anyone saw El Duce, who ended up hit by a train less than a block away from the liquor store they were supposedly headed off to. Allan Wrench, on the record, said that he dropped Duce off and then never saw him again. How many times have we heard that in true crime before? However, in the book Love and Death by Wallace and Halprin, Wrench gives a different version of events where he heavily insinuates that he is responsible for the death of El Duce and straight out admits, if only, quote, off the record, unquote, that he killed Kurt Cobain. So what came of all of this? Sergeant Cameron was in the middle of starting a joint investigation between the SPD and the LAPD into El Duce's allegations about Kurt Cobain's death. It was going to be a full-fledged dual-agency investigation. Then, as quick as Sergeant Cameron could pull out the memo announcing the groundwork for the new investigation, he was stripped of his post because of a corruption investigation, and the case was closed again. Okay, all right. No, we're higher than a peak now. I mean, wow. Is this the Mount Everest of coincidences? So, if this is all true, and the Los Angeles Police Department and Seattle Police Department were going to do a joint investigation, and as soon as the investigation was slated to begin, the lead detective is stripped of his post. But why wouldn't someone else take the case? Huh. The case was closed again. That is until Detective Sisinski's poignantly deep 3-page large font, all caps, re-looking at of Cobain's death in April 2014, in which he reassured us that all was kosher in Cobain verdict. Wait, verdict implies a just outcome in court that requires an unbiased investigation. Let's go with debacle. On a side note, Tom Grant has been saying from the beginning of his own appearances that he just wants the case reopened. And in 1997, it was reopened. Why didn't he tell us about this? If you go on his page, all it says is that Allan Wrench is a hoax and not to listen to anybody about the subject, lest you feel stupid when the, quote, real truth, end quote, comes out. There seems to be a lot of weight to this particular hoax, and the fact that Duce had close ties with Courtney Love adds a lot of extra clout to his allegations. Why is Tom Grant and the entirety of the media completely disregarding this information and not following up on the best lead backed by a polygraph as well as a confession by the alleged killer in this case? Please, somebody with the authority, strip this case away from the Seattle Police Department and investigate it for real. This is just a Pandora's box full of dead bodies they do not want reopened. So this is quite interesting because... Okay, let's look at a different scenario. Let's say both Hoke and Wrench are innocent, but Wrench was really pissed off that he named him as either a joke or whatever, and then he really did kill him because of that, but he didn't kill Kurt Cobain. Is that a possibility? But Duce and Wrench were actually close friends. So it's really bizarre. And also, why is the FBI not investigating? Because if this is allegedly a multi-state conspiracy to murder involving hitmen and solicitation for murder across state lines. I mean, this sounds like a case for the FBI, particularly when Seattle seems to not be able to prove anything. Further details here, someone posted that he wasn't waving at fans. That was just a made-up story. Duce was at home. Allan showed up with Slim Moon and was furious, took Duce out for a beer run. Across the street from the liquor store were train tracks with a hill blocking the view at that point. Duce ended up dead behind the hill and was most likely led there to talk it out with Allan and got pushed. So that's interesting. When you look at that landscape, that's why Duce, who was a known drunk and possible drug user, if that was that close to his house, he would have stumbled on the track and got killed a long time ago. So it seems like it was an out-of-the-way area, and it was not an accident. Coincidentally happening the previous night is when he first said Allan Wrench's full name. I don't even know if that's his real name, Allan Wrench, or whatever, his stage name. The other thing that's kind of crazy, though, is Courtney is soliciting for murder. If this is proven, she could be charged for that, but they chose not to press charges there. Regardless, what if, again, she could have actually been trying to kill him and hired to kill him, but he committed suicide before she could do it. So she might not be guilty of, these people might all be telling the truth, and none of them killed Kurt Cobain, because he might have committed suicide, but they were setting up to kill him. And if that's the case, should they be tried and prosecuted for conspiracy to commit murder? Another issue that I don't know if people have talked about, some of his hardcore fans, there's photographs of Kurt Cobain holding guns, and he holds guns in his right hand, which is interesting. But the shotgun was in his left hand. The other thing with a lot of these tabloid people supposedly going out for tabloid attention, it's interesting because that would be where, would you want the truth out in the open getting laughed at so nobody believed it, or would you want it swept under the rug? Both can be good strategies, but if it's hidden under the rug and then brought out, I mean, would it be more convenient to have it in the tabloids and just say, oh yeah, that's debunked nonsense, these people were just out for attention? That way the truth will never be known because it's kind of been mocked and ridiculed. If this whole thing really is a hoax. I don't know. Also, from what some people are saying, Karus Sheptjian is currently unable to be located. So did he go into hiding, fear for his own life? I don't know. Okay. Continuing on with the 10 Dark Theories, moving on to number 4, Tom Grant. The main driving force behind the push to have Cobain's death reinvestigated is Tom Grant. This is ironic given that Courtney Love, who Grant would ultimately accuse of having had her husband killed, is the one who initially hired him. During his investigations, including the aforementioned discussion with Cobain's lawyer, Grant began to strongly suspect Love had campaigned for years since Cobain's death for the case to be reopened. While many have accused Grant of simply seeking monetary gain off the back of a case of a suicide, and it has been said that there is plenty of work available for a charge concerning his claims, he has continued his campaign at the expense of his reputation, credibility, and very likely any further work in his field. But again, I mean, if you have integrity and you're hired by someone who you suspect might actually have killed who they've hired you to find, I mean, what is an honorable man with integrity supposed to do? I'm not saying this is Tom Grant. Maybe Tom Grant really is just some random opportunities. But if you are a man of integrity and honor, what do you do in that situation? Do you pretend it didn't happen, or do you push for the truth? Number 3, Greg Sage. We saw earlier that the suicide note is believed by some to have been about Kurt's desire to leave his band. According to Wipers guitarist Greg Sage, Cobain had planned to record some acoustic Lead Belly songs on his own that summer with Sage producing. Although his words need to be taken with a pinch of salt, some believe in the following comment. Sage was alluding to how much Kurt Cobain, and in turn Nirvana, would be worth to the record company should he pass away instead of simply going solo. Sage stated, well, I can't really speculate other than what he said to me, which was he wasn't at all happy about it. Success to him seemed like, I think, a brick wall. There was nowhere else to go but down. It was too artificial for him, and he wasn't an artificial person at all. He was actually 2 weeks after he died, he was supposed to come here, and he wanted to record a bunch of Lead Belly covers. It was kind of in secret because, I mean, people would definitely not allow him to do that. You also have to wonder, he was a billion-dollar industry at the time, and if the industry had any idea at all of him wishing or wanting to get out, they wouldn't have allowed that, in life, because if he was just to get out of the scene, he'd be totally forgotten. But if he was to die, he would be immortalized. 2, Michael DeWitt and Courtney Love. As we mentioned above, Tom Grant believes Courtney Love to be responsible for the death of Kurt Cobain. Grant also accused the family's male nanny, Michael DeWitt, of conspiring with Courtney to kill Cobain. DeWitt was hired by Love, who had known him for some time. Although it was ultimately the conversation with Rosemary Carroll that truly set Grant on the path to his eventual conclusion, he noticed increasingly suspicious behavior from the pair almost immediately upon meeting them, particularly from Love. It's an interesting dynamic to an already darkly intriguing case. If Grant is correct, was his hiring by Love an attempt to cover her tracks, only to be outthought by Grant? It should be noted that many are critical of Grant, in particular of his investigation of the Cobain case. However, our last point is worth taking on board. 1, no legal action taken. Perhaps the most damning evidence, at least in terms of the accusation that they were involved in his death, is that Courtney Love and Michael DeWitt, who Grant had accused of actually pulling the trigger no less, have taken no legal action against the man who has persistently accused them of having the rock singer killed. To his credit, Grant stated that this would be the case, claiming that if Love tried to take him to court, the evidence that she was involved would be allowed to unfold before the world. It's an interesting argument to make, and similar to ones that David Icke and other such conspiracy theorists have made to back up some of their more outlandish and unsubstantiated claims. Do they have a point, or are the claims being made simply not worth the time or money to respond to? Well, Courtney Love did block the use of music and all of these things in the Kurt and Courtney documentary with Broomfield. So she has gone out of her way in certain cases. But when you leave the door open for discovery and all these things, I want to see if anybody matched who smoked the other brand of cigarettes that were found in the ashtray with Cobain's. Was it Michael DeWitt? Was it Hoke? Was it Allan Wrench? Obviously that's not damning. There's a finite amount of cigarette brands, of course, but it would just be interesting to mix and match and just to see. All right, I'm going to get into the final mind-shocking theory in a moment, but first I just wanted to go over a couple of thoughts posted on Reddit from various users over the years. I picked up the Love and Death book that describes the reasoning behind the Kurt Cobain was murdered theory. I am not one to subscribe to conspiracy theories, but I have to say that Courtney Love's actions to confuse and mislead the private investigator she hired to find Kurt did come across as somewhat strange. In particular, she had information on where Kurt had been after leaving rehab, along with a phone number for where he could be reached. Why wasn't this shared with the investigator she claimed to have hired him? Highly unusual. Independent of the whole murder theory, I've considered that maybe this wasn't the reason why she hired him, but I can't come up with a valid alternative short of possibly making herself appear concerned. Has anyone who's familiar with this book or the events described in it considered it much at all? Someone responded with this: at the time this all happened, I had a close friend whose brother worked for them in an assistant sort of way. It's weird because I've never read the book, but it completely mirrors the same expletive he told us. Poor Frances Bean. More discussion here. One of the counter arguments, if she was involved, why did she call 911 when he went into a coma after mixing his medication and alcohol in Rome? It would have been easy to just let him die then. It was odd that she waited 2 hours to call 911 after finding him comatose. But still, the authors admit it was hard to reconcile this with a murder theory. Why? Because she could have either changed her mind in an emotional state, or she might have thought, see, waiting 2 hours is a long time. She might have thought he was already dead, because apparently she did say that he was dead when she called for the ambulance. As a side note, the first thing he did after regaining consciousness in Rome was to ask for a pen and paper and wrote F you and gave it to Courtney. Interesting. So again, people discussing this, maybe 2 hours, was hoping he was past the point of saving, but still able to claim she did the right thing and tried to save him. I have no idea, just throwing out a possible explanation. In the same chapter covering this particular counter-argument, they counter-argue something that resonated strongly with me. Courtney called for an ambulance stating that Kurt was dead. While there is circumstantial evidence from Love's own mouth, no less, that she waited 2 hours to call for help, the thing that struck me was when the authors mentioned a photograph of Love in the back of the ambulance with her dying husband on the way to the hospital. After she repeatedly says she woke up and found him dead, she's wearing full makeup. And there is indeed a photograph. As a woman, I found her nicely done makeup at complete odds with her alleged panic at finding her husband dead. That makeup to me negates her statements about immediately calling for help. I can't think of a single girl I know who would take the time to doll herself up before calling for help if the love of her life was dead on the floor. It absolutely does not ring true. And this isn't even taken into account the first communication that Kurt had with Courtney when waking up was an angry 2-word note he wrote her. He had tubes in his mouth upon regaining consciousness. F you. Why such instant hostility? Why does Love claim there was a suicide note in Rome, yet admit to burning it before anyone else could read it and verify her claim that it was indeed a suicide note attempt? Wouldn't that make her claim that Kurt was suicidal that much more strong? And okay, so now we're going into the realm of, is Courtney setting everything up to make everyone think Kurt Cobain is suicidal when he's not? And was that incident in Rome, so to speak, either a trial run or her first attempt to murder him and frame it as a suicide, and then thinking the next time around it'll be even easier because now there's an established history? This is all quite bizarre. All right, it's time for a blast from the past. I found a really good write-up from angelfire.com. I don't even see an author here, but yeah, I'm just going to read this. April 8th, 1994, Kurt Cobain, lead singer of the band Nirvana, was found dead in the greenhouse of a Seattle home after he had been missing for several days. The coroner determined that he had been dead roughly 72 hours. That was death by suicide. From the very beginning, Nirvana fans, even some of Cobain's closest friends, didn't think Kurt's death was a suicide. Thus, the murder theories began. Tom Grant, the PI Courtney Love hired to find Kurt when he was missing, opened an investigation looking into what really happened April 5th, shortly after Kurt was found. The information he gathered was enough to make upset Nirvana fans look a little deeper for the truth about Kurt's death. The facts that Tom Grant and dedicated Nirvana fans turned up all pointed to one person as the murderer, Courtney Love, Kurt Cobain's wife. I believe that Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain. For your convenience, I have a list of names that appear in this essay and who they are. Kurt Cobain, lead singer. Courtney Love, wife, suspected murderer. Dylan Carlson, Kurt's best friend. PI Tom Grant, Courtney's private investigator, founder of the murder theories. Duce, musician in an underground metal band. Hitman, Frances Bean Cobain, Kurt and Courtney's daughter, age 2 at father's death. Iris Cobain, Kurt's grandmother. Callie, the Cobains' hired nanny for Frances Bean. Nick Broomfield, creator of the movie Kurt and Courtney, that looks into the murder theories. Wow, people still use angel fire? That means this came out after Kurt and Courtney. Evidence directly related to Courtney as the murderer. A month or two before Kurt was found dead, he had suffered from a drug overdose in Rome while on tour with his band. Courtney Love referred to it as an accident. However, just after Kurt's death, she said it was a suicide attempt. After Kurt's death, she said this. If she thought it was a suicide attempt, why didn't she do anything to protect Kurt from trying again? Why didn't she say anything to Dylan Carlson before he bought another gun with Kurt? Kurt was in the midst of divorcing Courtney. He had made a new will, which he hadn't yet signed. According to several insiders, he excluded Courtney from his new will. What it meant for Courtney was that once he had divorced her, she would no longer have access to all his money. Kurt had stated that his band Nirvana was not going to take part in Lollapalooza, for which they would make millions. Courtney went ballistic, says Dylan Carlson. She was totally pissed off that Kurt was giving up so much money. When Courtney hired PI Tom Grant to locate Kurt, she failed to mention that Callie had seen Kurt at the Lake Washington home, the Cobain mansion, the day before. Wouldn't that be the first thing you would tell someone if they were looking for your missing husband? Oh yeah, he's actually at home. Wow, this is rough. Furthermore, Courtney asked Tom Grant to set up surveillance at various points, but not at their house, the last place he had been seen. Duce, an LA musician featured in Nick Broomfield's documentary, claimed that he was offered $50,000 by Courtney to kill Kurt just a couple months before Kurt's body was found. He passed 2 lie detector tests by the world's top polygraph expert when questioned about that offer. Just a week after he was interviewed by Nick Broomfield, he was found dead. A train hit him while he was going to buy some beers with a friend he had just made whom nobody had ever seen before. Supposedly it was Allan Wrench, this other friend. And then this other friend. The police stated that his death was an accident. Nobody ever saw the person he was with again. That's totally useless information, except that he had just revealed a somewhat large piece of evidence against Courtney to a video documentary that a great deal of people were going to see. Not to mention, of course, the interview the night before, which I guess this writer doesn't know about. Some believe it looks like Courtney covering her tracks. Just a week before Kurt's death, Courtney called the place where Duce worked and said that she needed him for something they had arranged. At the time, Duce was on tour with his band. Courtney went ballistic again, according to the person that answered the phone. The medical examiner in Kurt's case knew Courtney well before she got married to Kurt. In fact, they were pretty good friends and used to go out bar hopping together. This should be reason for someone else to handle the examination. Shortly after this potential conflict of interest was revealed, he left the King County Medical Examiner's office and took a job in a small town in Florida. Coincidence? I think not. The electrician that found Kurt's body was sent out by Courtney to make sure everything was working correctly at the Cobain mansion. No one was going to be at the mansion anytime soon. This random task for the electrician leads me to believe that he was sent out to discover Kurt. Courtney went on tour with her band Hole a few weeks after Kurt's death. This wouldn't be worth mentioning except for the fact that she was his wife and she should have been mourning his death, not playing concerts. It is a fact that Courtney Love is violent by nature. Proof of this is her tendency to attack and threaten people that speak against her, both people of the media and people like myself. Courtney's own father believes she killed Kurt. He wrote an entire book about the murder theories. When Courtney still lived with her father, she often wrote poetry but threw it away. Her father salvaged many of the poems. There was one that interested him particularly, but he didn't realize its significance until Kurt's death. The poem was about how she planned to marry people, use them for all they were worth, and kill them. Though this sounds unreliable or maybe just untrue, it's entirely fact. The documentary Kurt and Courtney shows the original copy of the poem and has Courtney's father reading it. Okay, I mean, that's quite damning, but that's still not, I mean, I would say that's the least convincing out of all of these, just because, I mean, how old was she when she wrote that? I don't know. Was she already on drugs? Kurt-related topics. When Kurt checked into Exodus Recovery Center to try to get over his heroin addiction, he called his grandmother and made a date to go fishing with his grandfather the following week. Kurt's grandmother, Iris Cobain, recalls that he sounded very happy when he called her. Kurt loved his daughter, Frances, being too much to leave her alone. He said, "Holding my baby is the best drug in the world." Frances was what he lived for, so why would he kill himself? Kurt used the phrase, "I hate myself and want to die" often, which some people now point to as proof he was suicidal. The fact of the matter is Kurt was being sarcastic. He is quoted in many interviews as mentioning that he almost named Nirvana's In Utero CD, "I hate myself and want to die," but he didn't because he knew people wouldn't get the joke. On Monday, April 4th, a Michigan investment counselor says that he met Kurt in a park near Kurt's house. During their lengthy conversation, Kurt said he feared for his life due to his refusal to have Nirvana in Lollapalooza. A lot of people were losing a lot of money as a result of that. Kurt's blood contained 1.52 milliliters per liter, which is more than twice the fatal dose, even for a heroin addict who has built up a certain tolerance to the drug. According to a study on narcotics, Cobain's morphine heroin level would be 75 times the lethal dose for a non-user, and Kurt had been clean for around a month. Even if Kurt did survive the overdose, he wouldn't have been capable of much more than sitting around and drooling. If he actually intended to kill himself after surviving all those drugs, why did he load the shotgun with 3 cartridges? In case he missed? The counselor is very interesting because if this is true, on Monday, April 4th, he met Kurt in a park near his house, and Kurt told him that he feared for his life. Doesn't cite his name here. Facts from other people indicating Kurt's mental well-being. Kurt's best friend Dylan would have never bought a shotgun for him if he thought Kurt was going to kill himself. They knew each other inside and out, so if Kurt had been suicidal, Dylan would have known. According to Dylan, Kurt made all sorts of plans, fishing with his grandfather, for example, for when he got out of rehab. One of Kurt's visitors at the rehab later said, quote, "I was ready to see him look like expletive and depressed, but he looked so expletive great." End quote. Facts the Seattle Police Department overlooked, police neglect. When Kurt's body was found, the police automatically assumed it was a suicide. Only a few Polaroids were shot in the greenhouse where Kurt's body was, and other film that was taken was not even developed. The case was closed before it was even opened. The police work was also so sloppy, right down to taking Kurt's fingerprints. The lack of attention to detail and evidence is why I think Courtney hasn't been convicted of Kurt's murder yet. 2 handwriting experts found that there were 2 different sets of handwriting on the suicide note. The interesting point here is that the part that Kurt definitely wrote didn't say that he was going to kill himself. It implied he was leaving the music business. A note for his fans rather than for his wife and child. No legible fingerprints were found on the shotgun Kurt used to, quote, kill himself, and the pen used to write the note or the box of drug paraphernalia sitting next to Kurt that had the needles he had shot up with in it. Wouldn't there be fingerprints on the trigger, though? The gun that killed Kurt was laying across his chest. It would be nearly impossible to achieve that unless someone else placed it. Summing it all up, with all of these facts established, this is the scenario that would have had to take place. Kurt would have had to have survived the overdose, or at least still be conscious, rolled down his sleeves, tucked all his drugs, etc., neatly away in his box, wipe the fingerprints off that, and then use the pen to write his suicide note, pick up his gun, locate his mouth, pull the trigger, wipe all the fingerprints off the gun, then place it on his chest. Not only is that extremely unlikely, but it's also physically impossible. Certainly there are arguments such as he could have wiped his fingerprints before he shot up, but that would still leave fingerprints on the gun. And why the hell would he do that anyway? Why would he bother wiping any fingerprints off anything? In fact, why would he do any of the things that make this so obviously a murder case? Okay, next thing I'm going to go over is the Soaked in Bleach review, 15 key points that lead to Kurt Cobain's murder. This was updated December 5th, 2015, written by Eric Senich. I will tell you right now that if I were the chief of police today, I would reopen this investigation. This is a quote from Norm Stamper, the chief of police in Seattle at the time of Kurt Cobain's death. So is he backpedaling or what? I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense. The new docudrama Soaked in Bleach made its debut on Netflix November 15th. Since the theatrical release in June was limited, most fans like myself never had the chance to see it until now. As someone who has doubts as to the conspiracy theories regarding this case over the years, I had those same doubts going into this film. After watching it, however, I am now absolutely convinced that Kurt Cobain did not take his own life. He was murdered. On Friday, April 8th, 1994, the body of Kurt Cobain was found dead at his home in Seattle, the victim of what was officially ruled a suicide by a self-inflicted shotgun wound to the head. Less than a week earlier, Courtney Love had hired a private investigator to find her husband. That's where the Soaked in Bleach story begins. The film was written and produced by Donnie HR, and Benjamin Statler, who deserve serious credit for their contributions. Soaked in Bleach is beautifully shot and arranged with the storyline weaving in and out from actual phone recordings and testimonials to reenacted scenes. Those scenes are delivered effectively by professional actors Daniel Roebuck, August Emerson, Sarah Scott, and Tyler Bryan. The credibility comes from very reliable sources, among those being Tom Grant. Grant was the Seattle PI hired by Love on April 3rd, 1994. Prior to that, he was an LA police officer with an impeccable record and reputation as both an officer and detective. Now that's very interesting if they dug deep into his past. So if this is a guy of integrity and honor, when he finds something fishy about all these things, what does he do? Does he turn tail and run? Or does he believe justice should be served if this is indeed a murder? The film includes several recorded phone conversations by Grant with both Love and Rosemary Carroll, another highly credible source. Carroll was a close friend to Cobain and Love, served as their attorney, and is also the godmother to their daughter Frances Bean Cobain. It's these phone conversations by Grant with Carroll that prove to be damning evidence against Love. I urge any fan to watch this film to get the whole story, but I've compiled the 15 most compelling points. 1. The credit card story. Courtney Love did not initially hire Detective Tom Grant to find her husband Kurt Cobain when she called him Easter Sunday, April 3rd, 1994. Easter Sunday. She told Grant that someone stole her credit card. When Grant first met Love in person, however, she told him that the card was not stolen, and she believed Cobain had it. She informed him she called the credit card company to cancel the account in hopes he would come home. Grant later revealed that someone was attempting to use Cobain's missing credit card after he died, but the attempts stopped when his body was discovered. In the middle of the conversation, she began to say Cobain was suicidal, that he had escaped from rehab and bought a shotgun. Grant would later find out from Cobain's best friend Dylan Carlson that Cobain in fact purchased the shotgun on March 30th before he was in rehab, and it was due to a recent burglary in his home. Trust me, if he was suicidal, I would never let him get a shotgun, said Carlson. Grant said he was suspicious of Love from that day on, as most of what she talked about centered around divorce, money, her career, and the possibility that Cobain was having an affair. He heard no concern whether her husband was dead or in danger. And was he really missing, or was he just hanging out at home? 2. Courtney's career more important than Kurt. Love admitted to Grant that she paid people to plant a story that she overdosed, was in the hospital, and having a breakdown while Cobain was missing. Love, who admitted to being unethical, also stated that it would help sell copies of the upcoming album with her band Hole. She said to Grant, "People would believe me if I deny it. Then it would appear that I attempted suicide. That way there's no drugs involved and the sympathy goes to me, and selfishly it would help sell records." 3. Courtney Love, aka Wendy O'Connor, spreads more lies. Love admitted to filing a missing persons report with the Seattle police on Monday, April 4th, under the name of Cobain's mother, Wendy O'Connor. All the media reports that followed were totally false, including the story that Kurt has a shotgun and is suicidal. Love's comment on Grant, quote, "That should get things going, right?" End quote. 4. Liars using liars to hide the truth. Grant told Love that he wanted someone from his detective squad watching Cobain's home in Seattle. Love responded by telling him that wasn't necessary and he was probably hiding out and wouldn't be at the house. So Grant is not incompetent. He did want to go to his actual house in Seattle. Love told him that wasn't necessary. Interesting. She told Grant that Cobain liked to stay in fancy hotels under the names Simon Ritchie or Bill Bailey. Later, Grant asked Cobain's friend Dylan if that were true, and he laughed, adding that Cobain only stayed at the cheapest places. Grant initially followed Love's lead and searched only the nicest hotels in Seattle but found nothing. He then went to smaller, cheaper hotels and motels before finding a motel that had a Bill Bailey registered there. When he told Love this information, she didn't want Grant to go to the motel to find Cobain. Instead, she said she wanted to have someone there just to watch the outside of the hotel, which left Grant confused and curious. He then told her he needed to go to Cobain's home to look for him. Love's response, "No, he's not going to be there. Callie is there. He'll tell me if Kurt shows up." Michael Callie DeWitt was a live-in nanny for Frances Bean Cobain. Callie was also a longtime friend and former boyfriend of Love. I mean, if that doesn't spell trouble, I don't know what does. Earlier in the day, she said Callie was one of the best liars she ever met and didn't trust him. It was later discovered that Cobain visited Callie and his girlfriend in their bedroom at Cobain's Lake Washington house on Saturday, April 2nd. Kurt was seen by Callie for the last time that day. Phone records show Courtney spoke to Callie 8 times on April 2nd. Courtney did not reveal Kurt was seen when she hired Tom Grant on April 3rd. 5. Courtney can't or won't leave LA. On Wednesday, April 6th, Grant spoke in person with Love in Los Angeles. He once again told her that he wanted to go to the Cobain home to look for Kurt. This time, however, Love thought it was a great idea. Just a day or two before, she said it wasn't a good idea at all. At that point, Grant figured Love would want to go to Seattle with him, but she immediately said no, alleging she couldn't because she had business to do in LA. A fact later refuted by Rosemary Carroll. As Grant left the room, Love shouted out sarcastically, "Save the American icon, Tom." 6. Dylan Carlson and the Greenhouse Secret. Love eventually told Grant that he should speak with Cobain's best friend, Dylan Carlson, for information regarding Cobain's whereabouts. Grant did. From that point on, however, all the information from Love was no longer given directly to Grant. It was always given to Carlson first. He would then relay that information to Grant. It was later revealed by Rosemary Carroll that she heard Love talk to Carlson about the greenhouse where Cobain's body was eventually discovered by the electrician. This piece of information became vital to the case since Carlson never told Grant to look in the greenhouse when they previously searched the home. In fact, after news of Cobain's death, Grant confronted Carlson, asking why he never mentioned the greenhouse. Carlson responded by downplaying its importance, saying it was just a dirty little room above the garage where they stored lumber. It would later be revealed that Carlson depended on Love for drugs and money after Cobain's death. She was paying his rent for many years and supplied money for his heroin addiction, according to Max Wallace, an investigative journalist and co-author of Love and Death, the book which claims Cobain was murdered, possibly by Love. Huh. This is all circumstantial, but it leads me to believe, again, this might be blasphemous to some, but did Courtney really just buy out Carlson and some of these other people around Kurt Cobain? Because if he's going and saying he would kill the person responsible if he thought Courtney did it, is that just a diversion to make, because if she paid him off to say that, regardless of who did what and whether it was a suicide or not. Again, I'm not saying Carlson was the one that killed Kurt Cobain. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but he definitely could have been paid off to say whatever. 7. Planting the Cobain curse theory. Love eventually told the media that suicide was in Cobain's family. She claimed 3 of his uncles had committed suicide and referred to them as the result of the Cobain curse. According to Cobain's friend Mitch Holmquist, there is no Cobain curse. Holmquist debunked 2 of the so-called suicides. He started with Cobain's great-grandfather Arthur Cobain, who was a deputy sheriff in Grays Harbor, Washington back in 1938 when he died of a freak accident. His gun dislodged from the holster while sitting in a bar. After the gun hit the ground, it fired a shot into Arthur, which killed him. Holmquist then mentioned Kurt's uncle, Leland Cobain, who died under similar circumstances. He was intoxicated and as a result fell down a staircase. He died from complications from the fall. See, if that's true, that's weird, but there was another cousin that I think went along with Love's claims. Now, did she pay off this cousin as well? Courtney Love does have deep pockets, so who knows? 8, Kurt Cobain was not suicidal. Friday, March 4th, 1994, the story got out that Cobain had accidentally overdosed in Rome, Italy. He went into a drug coma due to champagne mixed with Rohypnol, the same drug found under Courtney Love's mattress the following month by Tom Grant. We didn't go over that detail, very damning. Love at the time said it was not a suicide attempt. After Cobain's death, however, she changed her story, stating that he had swallowed 60 pills that night. Dr. Oswaldo Galletta treated Cobain and, quote, categorically denies, end quote, that Cobain had 60 pills in him and that it was not a suicide attempt. And for the so-called stomach pain that Cobain was experiencing that Love has said led to his suicide, it was diagnosed and treated, according to Cobain himself in an MTV interview in 1993. In fact, he said it was diagnosed and treated as far back as mid to late 92. You know what's interesting? When you nail down some of the details of this case, like, okay, maybe he used heroin because of the issues, maybe the heroin caused the issues, regardless. If this was truly taken care of, it would be inaccurate to say that he committed suicide because he was in pain and doing heroin or whatever, especially if he was clean for a month. I don't know. This is all rough. This is definitely not as simple as it appeared to be from the outset. Along with many so-called suicide attempts Love referred to after Cobain's death, there was also a supposed suicide note written by Cobain while he was in Rome. She told Grant that the letter was left under the pillow on her bed. Grant immediately disagreed with Love. He told her he had been to the home, turned over the pillows, even flipped the mattress over on the night of Thursday, April 7th, and there was no note. Love insisted it was there and agreed to show the letter to Grant. She never did. Finally, Grant asked Cobain's closest friends, along with his family lawyer, Rosemary Carroll, if they thought Cobain was suicidal, and all of them emphatically said he wasn't. 9. The failure of the Seattle police. Friday, April 8th, 1994, Kurt Cobain's body was found by the electrician. According to Grant, the police had already decided it was a suicide on the very day they found the body. In fact, a patrol officer with no homicide investigative experience made the call that it was a suicide and it was never questioned. Norm Stamper was the chief of police in Seattle at the time of Cobain's death. He said, quote, "I wouldn't pretend that there aren't police officers who are cynical and suspicious and skeptical. That was the case in the Kurt Cobain death. We should, in fact, have taken steps to study patterns involved in the behavior of key individuals. Who had a motive to see Kurt Cobain dead? If, in fact, Kurt Cobain was murdered as opposed to having committed suicide, and it was possible to learn that, shame on us for not doing that. That was, in fact, our responsibility. It's about right and wrong. It's about honor. It's about ethics. If we didn't get it right the first time, we damn well better get it right the second time. And I will tell you right now that if I were the chief today, I would reopen this investigation, end quote. And that, my friends, is very rare. A police chief taking responsibility. When have we heard this before? This is quite rare. The crime scene photos were never developed by the police because, according to them, there was no need since it was a suicide. The photos remain in the possession of the Seattle PD to this day. By their negligent investigation, the Seattle police, 1, allowed Kurt Cobain to be cremated 6 days after being discovered. 2, waited 30 days to process the shotgun for the fingerprints. 3, gave Courtney Love the shotgun to have it melted down. 4, allowed the greenhouse crime scene to be torn down and destroyed. The police report stated that Cobain was found with the shotgun upside down in his left hand, grasping the barrel in a vice-like grip. The shotgun shell, however, was found on Kurt's left side rather than his right side. With the shotgun upside down, the exit chamber is clearly on Cobain's right side. The police determination for this was that the gun was right side up when shot, then it flipped upside down, expelling the shell to the left. Grant says this is impossible because, among other reasons, shotguns do not flip upside down when they are fired. 10, the media reports proven wrong. The media report stated that Cobain barricaded himself in the greenhouse. The reports also stated there was a stool blocking the entrance. Not true. It was simply sitting in front of the 2 unlocked French doors at the other side of the room. John Fisk was a paramedic for the Seattle Fire Department and was there at the scene. He said, quote, someone reported that there was a stool blocking the door. That wasn't the case. I don't know where that came from, end quote. The media reports said Cobain was unrecognizable and had to be identified by fingerprints. Fisk said his head was not grossly deformed or badly damaged. And unless they're all lying, it couldn't have been because the electrician said he looked like he was asleep. Does someone with their face blown off look like they're just asleep? I don't know. 11, Rosemary Carroll's shocking phone recordings. Rosemary Carroll was recorded by Tom Grant on the phone several times. She stated Love called her shortly before the death, saying Cobain was leaving her, and she wanted the, quote, meanest, most vicious divorce lawyer, end quote, she could find. She also wanted to know if there was a way to avoid their prenuptial agreement. Carroll also said that Cobain had called her from Rome, wanting to take Love out of his will. That call was made on Tuesday night, March 1st, 1994, from Munich, Germany, just moments before going on stage for the last time. 2 days later, as a result of near-fatal levels of rohypnol dissolved in champagne, Kurt was rushed to the hospital in Rome. Carroll noted that Love never had business in LA on Wednesday, April 6th, even though that's what she told Grant. Carroll later stated that Love was in fact at Carroll's home in Los Angeles on the 6th of April and heard Love tell Dylan Carlson on the phone to check the greenhouse. This was 2 days before Kurt's body was discovered by the electrician. Grant was told a different story by Carlson, who said Love never told him to look in the greenhouse. It's obvious they're lying, said Carroll. All right, so the plot has thickened quite severely to the point where we can't see anything. Okay, so that's interesting. So Cobain made this call to Carroll. Did Carroll feel guilty? Did Carroll, if she's both of their lawyers, did she disclose to Courtney that Kurt had told her that he was going to take her out of their will, and that's why Courtney possibly put all the pills in the champagne and tried to kill him? I mean, is that convenient that if these suicide attempts are murder attempts, the first one comes right around the time Cobain calls from Rome to take Love out of his will? Interesting. And then when Kurt Cobain can't speak, his only method of communication is writing, and he writes F you to Courtney. Is that because he realized what she did? I don't know. This is all quite bizarre. The coincidences are stacking really, really high now. 12, the impossible shotgun theory. The toxicology reported that Cobain had 200 milligrams of heroin injected into him. This is 2 to 3 times the amount that would be considered to be lethal. Investigative reporter Max Wallace said there hasn't been a single case where someone could have that level of heroin in them and remain conscious. Dr. Cyril, a forensic pathologist and former president of the American Academy of Forensic Science, said, quote, "I cannot think of a case in which I have had someone inject himself with a large amount of heroin and then proceed to kill himself. It just doesn't make sense," end quote. Now, again, we could be, how many toxicology reports are there? Because was there a typo? Was there an error? I mean, we don't really know. 13, the forged suicide note. When Rosemary Carroll finally saw the so-called suicide note, she said it was forged. That suicide note is a past speech of things that I think that he had written before and of someone copying his handwriting, Carroll told Grant. "This is my theory, and it might be, and it's a lot of intuition. I think all of that weirdness with Callie being it obviously had living in the house for several days while there was Kurt's corpse in the other place. I think it had to do with the suicide note." So Callie's living in the house the whole time Kurt's corpse is there? I don't know. This case it's so weird. Carroll stated that on the night of Wednesday, April 6th, Love was at Carroll's house in Los Angeles and left a backpack which had a sheet of paper in it. On that sheet of paper was a series of letters written out in a style nearly identical to Cobain's handwriting. I think someone went through his notebooks, found passages that could plausibly be cobbled together to a suicide note, and traced them or forged or something like that, said Carroll. When Grant asked Courtney if she could give him the original suicide note so it could be analyzed and determined whether it was written by someone else than Kurt, she agreed. To this day, Love hasn't given Grant that note. 14, still waiting for the coroner's report. Tom Grant confronted Courtney Love by phone with the theory that Dylan Carlson knew Cobain was dead before the electrician found him. She did not deny that. Grant also addressed his suspicions about Love's involvement. He assured her that any speculation will come to an end if she simply gets the copy of the coroner's report for everyone to see and get Callie to take a polygraph test. Courtney agreed to get him the coroner's report, saying, "I'm coming to LA on the 17th, and I'll bring it to you. I will give it to you from my hand to your hand, and you can do whatever you want with it. You owe me a big expletive apology when this is over, by the way." Grant's response, "And believe me, you'll get it if I'm wrong." Courtney never met with Tom Grant on the 17th and never gave him the coroner's report. Callie never took a polygraph test. And now we do have the brain fingerprint scan. Again, I've mentioned it many times on True Crime Podcasts. You cannot, so far nobody's been able to fool the brain fingerprint scan. If you do, you get $100,000. So, all right, 15, the odd note from Callie. Around Thursday, April 7th, Courtney Love told Dylan Carlson to inform Grant that she was in the hospital and got arrested. She added she wanted Grant and Carlson to go back in the house and look for the shotgun. She said it was a hidden compartment of the bedroom closet. She hadn't mentioned that to us before, said Grant. When Grant and Dylan arrived at the Cobain home, they found a note on the steps that wasn't there the night before. It was written by Callie saying, "Kurt, I can't believe you managed to be in this house without me noticing. You're an expletive for not calling Courtney and at least letting her know that you're okay. She's in a lot of pain, Kurt, and this morning she had another accident, and now she's in the hospital again. She's your wife, she loves you, and you have a child together. Get it together, or at least tell her you're okay, or she's going to die. It's not fair, man. Do something now." Grant thought the letter came off as odd and felt it was contrived, later stating that it was just another trick by Love to throw Grant off the path. It was also later stated by Grant that he believed Cobain was already dead by the night he read that letter. So let's get to the most mind-shocking theory of all. This was posted on a Facebook page, Kurt Cobain Death Discussion. Kurt's not dead. After Rome, Kurt was made aware of people, as in more than one, trying to kill him. After confirming this in rehab, he escaped and took his story to the Seattle police, where they placed him under surveillance and waited to catch the would-be killer. The would-be killer did in fact show up, but contrary to the agreed plan, the would-be killer told Kurt he was supposed to kill him, but he wasn't going to do it. At this point, the police entered and interviewed the hired gun, at which point it was noted that the assassin had had no contact with the person who hired them. It was all organized through a third party, so the police could not press charges. This is where it gets interesting. A plan was hatched to place Kurt in witness protection and fake his death in order to catch the person responsible when payment for the hit was made. Payment was made to the hired gun but was deposited from an untraceable account. This was the first of many F-ups. Kurt was relocated to another country under an assumed name while the police and now FBI continue to build their case. 20 years later, they are no closer than where they began. Kurt has moved on with his life, happy to be out of the limelight. He has a new family and has no interest in returning to the States. You will say I'm crazy, but I really don't care. Take it or leave it. That is, of course, one of the most mind-shocking theories. So I don't know about that one. That seems a little bit crazy, but it would explain certain issues with the police department. However, there are theories, of course, that he's still alive. He faked his own death without police involvement and some of these other issues. But when you look at all of this circumstantial evidence against Courtney Love, it's hard to ignore this much of it. And then with these other characters involved, passing polygraphs and all of these things, it's interesting. That's what I could say about that. I mean, this has been a pretty big deep dive into the case. And I'm just going to close this out with one more interesting post here from Reddit. Once again, this is actually from the conspiracy subreddit. Kurt Cobain's alleged suicide note. If you believe in the murder theory, which I do almost 100% at this point, Courtney, Callie, or someone else went through his journals and traced or copied passages that could sort of be strung together to make a suicide note. Courtney sold his journals for millions of dollars in 2004, even though he once said he had felt raped when someone stole his journal. A large chunk of it reads as a quitting Nirvana note. Then there just seems to be random other sentences thrown in at the beginning and end that have little or nothing to do with each other. The only text that sounds suicidal is the last few lines. They were written larger, and some handwriting experts have said by a different person. Early in Soaked in Bleach, you can hear Tom Grant say, "No one would believe that's a suicide note," during the credits montage. I have to say I agree with him. Rosemary Carroll, Kurt and Courtney's lawyer, thinks it's a pastiche of things Kurt said in the past. She found handwriting practice sheets in Courtney's bag. It's highly unlikely someone would write a suicide note to their fans. This is the same guy who flipped off the camera in the behind the CD photo in the Nevermind case. I'll paste the body here, and if you'd like to bear with me, provide my own analysis after. To Boda. Speaking from the tongue of an experienced simpleton who obviously would rather be an emasculated infantile complainee, this note should be pretty easy to understand. All the warnings from the Punk Rock 101 courses over the years, since my first introduction to the, shall we say, ethics involved with independence and the embracement of your community has proven to be very true. I haven't felt the excitement of listening to as well as creating music along with reading and writing for too many years now. I feel guilty beyond words about these things. For example, when we're backstage and the lights go out and the manic roar of the crowds begins, it doesn't affect me the way which it did for Freddie Mercury, who seemed to relish in the love and adoration of the crowd, which is something I totally admire and envy. The fact is, I can't fool you, any of you. It simply isn't fair to you or me. The worst crime I can think of would be to rip people off by faking it and pretending as if I'm having 100% fun. Sometimes I feel as if I should have a punch in time clock before I walk out on stage. I've tried everything within my power to appreciate it, and I do, God believe me I do, but it's not enough. I appreciate the fact that I and we have affected and entertained a lot of people. I must be one of those narcissists who only appreciates things when they're gone. I'm too sensitive. I need to be slightly numb in order to regain the enthusiasms I once had as a child. On our last 3 tours, I've had a much better appreciation for all the people I've known personally and as fans of our music, but I still can't get over the frustration, the guilt, and empathy I have for everyone. There's good in all of us, and I think I simply love people too much, so much that it makes me feel too expletive sad. The sad little sensitive, unappreciative Pisces, Jesus, man, why don't you just enjoy it? I don't know. I have a goddess of a wife who sweats ambition and empathy, and a daughter who reminds me too much of what I used to be, full of love and joy and kissing every person she meets because everyone is good and will do no harm. And that terrifies me to the point to where I can barely function. I can't stand the thought of Francis becoming the miserable, self-destructive death rocker that I've become. I have it good, very good, and I'm grateful, but since the age of 7, I've become hateful towards all humans in general. Only because it seems so easy for people to get along that have empathy. Only because I love and feel sorry for people too much, I guess. Thank you from the pit of my burning, nauseous stomach for your letters and concern during the past years. I'm too much of an erratic, moody baby. I don't have the passion anymore, and so remember, it's better to burn out than to fade away. Peace, love, empathy, Kurt Cobain. Francis and Courtney, I'll be at your altar. Please keep going, Courtney, for Francis, for her life, which will be so much happier without me. I love you, I love you. So it's addressed to Boda, which was his imaginary childhood friend. For a long time, I saw that as evidence that it was a legit suicide note. Why would his murderers be stupid enough to make the suicide lines at the bottom larger and different, but smart enough to address it to his imaginary friend? But the rest of the letter is addressed to either his fans or the music industry, so that hardly makes sense. Speaking from the tongue of an experienced simpleton who obviously would rather be an emasculated infantile complainee, that's an odd way to start a suicide note. Looks more like a sentence from his journal that sort of makes sense as a good intro line. All the warnings from the Punk Rock 101 courses over the years since my first introduction to the, shall we say, ethics involved with independence and the embracement of your community has proven to be very true. To me, this sounds like it's addressed to a record label. The next chunk of the note is about how he doesn't get excited to play on stage anymore. No one would kill themselves over that, especially with a brand new daughter. He gave an interview to Rolling Stone in late '93, 4 months before death, that he was happier than he had ever been, and he was finally prescribed the right medication for his stomach ailment. He also wrote his grandpa a Christmas card in '93, again stating that he was happier than he'd ever been before in his entire life. The fact is, I can't fool you, any one of you. No longer addressed to Boda or record execs. And you can tell me he may have added the Boda part when he decided he was going to kill himself, not just quit Nirvana under the influence of a lot of heroin, I'll give you that. I have a goddess of a wife who sweats ambition and empathy. It's unlikely he would say this about Courtney. Per Rosemary Carroll, they were in the process of getting divorced. Courtney asked Rosemary to find the meanest, most vicious divorce lawyer out there. Kurt called Rosemary from Rome before he went on stage a month before his death and asked if Courtney could be taken out of his will. The first thing he did when he woke up from a coma in Rome was write F you on a piece of paper and hand it to Courtney. Then he just left her a message that simply said, Elizabeth's phone number is whatever the number is. Almost like he was rubbing it in that he was going to be with another woman. Courtney herself told Tom Grant in their first meeting that he bought airline tickets for himself and another person either right before leaving rehab or shortly thereafter based on what the credit company told her. All right, so, and that's another point there that we didn't discuss so far in the podcast. Going on 3.5 hours now. This has been quite a deep dive. But, so a lot of people say, oh, Courtney Love had money, she was famous, why would she kill her husband? Well, jealousy, of course. That might actually be a better motive than anything else thus far. Because would she go crazy over him rubbing it in that he's going to be seeing another woman, or she was no longer going to be in the picture? Would that make her flip? The next several sentences aren't about playing music anymore and appear to be pretty random. I can't stand the thought of Francis becoming the miserable, self-destructive death rocker that I've become. If that were the case, it sounds like he would want to stay around and prevent that from happening. His suicide would arguably only lead to Francis becoming that kind of person. And just as a quick counterpoint, if somebody's really messed up on drugs, they're not really going to be thinking about it that logically. But I have it good. Interesting tidbit. When Courtney read this note for fans, she changed that part to had. Uh-oh. Ooh, that's not good. That's damning. That's pretty damning. I have it good. Courtney changes it to the past tense. Though I suppose since they're reading it in the past tense, he's already dead. I mean, is it possible she changed it to past tense because he's no longer with them? Or to hide the fact that he had it good at the moment he was writing it? I don't know. Thank you all from the pit of my burning, nauseous stomach for your letters and concern during the past years. A. Boda? Question mark, because obviously he's not talking to Boda. B. His stomach was no longer bothering him. I'm too much of an erratic, moody baby. That has to be one of the most random parts of the entire note. Why would he throw that in at the end? Sounds more like they were saving a powerful line from his journals to go out on, making him out to be a moody baby who wants to kill himself. I don't have the passion anymore, and so remember it's better to burn out than to fade away. This line is strange for two reasons. First of all, he sounds like he's just basically saying, I'm going to shoot myself in the head because I don't have the passion to make music anymore, which is, in my opinion, ridiculous. And rumor has it he was going to get out of Nirvana and start collaborating with Michael Stipe. It also sounds like he's encouraging others to kill themselves if they no longer have a passion with that remember. Yeah, these are all really good points. And how often do we see jealous individuals? Maybe it wasn't Courtney Love, maybe it was someone else. But if he's leaving this famous band and going out to do his own thing, some people don't want to let that happen. Again, we see this in a lot of cases. I mean, even if it's just a circle of friends. I mean, whether it's a romantic relationship, a circle of friends, whatever it is, a club, a group, people don't, depending on the people, if they're criminally minded, they don't always just let people walk. And we know the mafia doesn't. I love you also goes against Kurt and Courtney's relationship at the time. Someone posted here as of last year, apparently Courtney is being sued by her daughter's ex-husband for hiring people to kidnap him, hack into his text messages to make him appear suicidal, and murder him to get Kurt's unplugged guitar back. That is really, really insane. And of course, she did file a police report under Kurt's mother's name, stating that he escaped rehab, bought a shotgun, maybe suicidal. Obviously, the shotgun was purchased prior. I think this all comes down to this. Kurt Cobain wants to divorce Courtney Love. Possibly he has another lover himself and possibly rubbed it in her face. And he wants her taken out of his will. They have a prenuptial agreement. Is it convenient that he happens to die before he gets any of these things accomplished? And who benefits here? Courtney Love is the one who benefits. Is that all coincidental? I mean, that's what it really comes down to. You're asking yourself that question, is it coincidental? The more you look at it, the more these patterns emerge, and the more these coincidences get piled on, the harder it is to just logically and objectively say there's nothing to it, and it was just a standard suicide. We know it's not standard suicide, because again, there's so many problems with the crime scene, or suicide scene, whatever you believe it is. Before we get to this lawsuit with her daughter's ex-husband and all of this madness, I do want to address Kristen Pfaff. Okay, so Kristen Pfaff, member of Hole, band with Courtney Love. This is something that's not really talked about a lot. I don't know why, but again, we're going to be examining the coincidence stack here because it just keeps going up. So Kristen Pfaff was very talented, self-taught musician, and she was with a band, Janitor Joe, in Minneapolis. They were gaining some traction, and she was recruited to Hole by Courtney Love. And she died of a heroin overdose in her Seattle apartment in June 1994. Now, here's where it's going to get really tricky, because Kristen Pfaff was actually very close with Kurt Cobain. According to Kristen's younger brother and other people, she would talk on the phone with him for hours and hours. Now, Kurt Cobain was notorious for not liking people and keeping to himself, but he seemed to really like Kristen. Now, Courtney Love, of course, very interesting personality type. Is she the type of egomaniacal narcissist that needs to control everyone at all times. A lot of people who know her and have spoken out have said yes. Kristen Pfaff said this of Courtney Love when they were recording in Atlanta, that she's just the most egomaniacal person she's ever known. And so she wants to leave Hole, go back to Minneapolis. Kurt Cobain is leaving Nirvana, leaving Seattle. What did they talked about a lot of things. Kurt gave her some book as a gift that Courtney Love actually flipped out on. So Courtney Love, of course, does not like Kristen Pfaff. Now, the thing that's really crazy is that Courtney Love is the one who gets, allegedly, Kristen Pfaff addicted to heroin. She gives her heroin for free. She gives her like a purse with needles, and so she's her drug connection. She makes Pfaff think that everybody in Seattle does drugs, and that's just the way it's going to be. And it's actually really, the Pfaff story is really, really sad on so many levels, because this is a very, very talented individual. She was actually gifted academically as well. I mean, she was getting scholarships and all this, and she left school to pursue a musical career. So now she's very talented at music too, talented at everything basically. And the dark side of music, of course, and not just music, but all aspects of the entertainment industries, a lot of these soft-spoken souls, we can call them, like Kurt Cobain, Kristen Pfaff, they get eaten up and chewed up and spit out by the music industry because there's so many narcissists out there. And then also, of course, the toll that drugs can take. It's all quite sad in its own way, especially with these just good, so by all accounts, really good-hearted and caring people that get sucked into these situations with these narcissists and money, greed, drugs, all of these things. So there are things that don't add up about the Pfaff story. So she's actually, she's from Minneapolis, and she formed the band Janitor Joe. So Janitor Joe was doing pretty well. They were getting a lot of attention, and they were in California in 1993, and Pfaff was noticed by Eric Erlandson and Courtney Love of the band Hole, who were looking for a new bassist. Love invited Pfaff to play with Hole. Pfaff declined, returned to Minneapolis, but Erlandson and Love continued to pursue her. Pfaff, reluctant to leave Minneapolis and join Hole, reconsidered after advice from her father or stepfather, Norman. From a professional point of view, there was no decision, he told Seattle Weekly, because they're already on Geffen Records and already have this huge following in England. If you're wanting to move up the ladder, that's the way to go. Although Kristen's mother, Janet, was more reluctant for her daughter to leave Minneapolis and Janitor Joe in favor of Seattle and Hole. Following international critical acclaim for their first independent album, Pretty on the Inside, Hole had generated a great deal of major label interest, eventually signing an 8-album deal with Geffen Records for a reported $3 million. In 1993, Pfaff moved to Seattle, Washington to work with other members of Hole on Live Through This, the major label follow-up to Pretty on the Inside. The band's new lineup, Love, Erlandson, Pfaff, and Patty Schemmel on drums, entered the studio in early 93 to begin rehearsals. That's when we took off, Eric Erlandson said of Pfaff joining. All of a sudden, we became a real band. Now, coming to Seattle, of course, she's a young woman. It's a new city, crazy city, new job. So she actually entered a relationship with Eric Erlandson, who was later her dealer. Initially, supposedly by all accounts, Courtney Love was the one that got her hooked, and either through Eric Erlandson or in addition to. And she entered the relationship with him. I believe her younger brother or one of her friends from Minneapolis said it was because he was like he was the first guy that she was around in Seattle, and it was mostly just a vulnerable point. So that was her go-to. It wasn't really a love-based relationship, so to speak. So this guy, Eric Erlandson, who actually ended up showing up to her funeral after her parents said they didn't want anybody from Hole there. or any of these dark influences on their daughter, rightfully so. In Minneapolis, she was clean and happy with her friends. And then if you look at photographs of her in Seattle with people around her doing a lot of drugs, she did a lot of drugs herself. Of course, peer pressure is a very real thing for a lot of people, especially when there's a certain acceptancy or commonality or just the perception that drugs are just part of the scene, which obviously there was a lot of that back then in Seattle. So this Erlandson guy, it's weird. He actually ended up dating Drew Barrymore, and Drew Barrymore actually got Courtney Love some additional Hollywood movie roles. So some people think this is just one of entertainment industry's just dark secrets, because they don't want to out Courtney Love, so to speak, because there's so many intertwining threads here. It would just look bad for the industry as a whole, and there are so many parties that this touches. Again, the multi-billion-dollar brand that Nirvana was and could be if Cobain dies, as opposed to moves on, becomes an indie artist, or just goes into obscurity or whatnot. Yeah, it's really hard. But with Faf, she also became close with Kurt Cobain, which obviously Courtney Love did not like, the control freak that she was. So it's weird because, again, Wikipedia and all of these official sources, they kind of peddle the official narrative that's been formed here, because with all of these more in-depth accounts and how people paint Courtney Love as this narcissistic, egomaniacal user of people and drugs and getting her way, she does not do well with rejection. So initially, Faf only joined Hole conditionally. It was just for the album and for the summer tour. Then she was going back to Janitor Joe. Now, of course, how does it look, especially with everybody liked Faf, the band was successful. She's going to leave the band mostly because of Courtney. And so rejecting Courtney in the band. And then Courtney's husband's doing the same thing. He's getting divorced, leaving Seattle, leaving his band. Everybody's leaving Courtney. Would she be able to handle it? And the coincidence stack is going to get a whole lot higher. So, of course, Seattle was known as Washington's heroin capital. So Erlandson says this. So again, with the spin that Wiki promotes here, Courtney Love says this. Everybody was doing it. Everyone. All our friends were junkies. It was ridiculous. Everyone in this town did dope, said Love of this period in the Seattle music scene. Which, of course, is not true. Not every, there were bands who were clean. By most accounts, Faf's own drug use was relatively moderate. Kristen dabbled in drugs before she was in our band in Minneapolis, but it was very light, Erlandson told Craig Marks of Spin. And I don't know if anybody's verified that. And by light, what does that mean? Does that mean marijuana? She moved to Seattle and felt disconnected from everything, and she made friends, drug connections, which I told her not to. This is what Erlandson is saying. Is that because he's her drug? He wants to be her exclusive drug connection? The only way you can survive in this town is if you don't make those connections. After the critical acclaim of Holes lived through this album, Faf decided to move back to Minneapolis, partly because of her drug problem and partly because of creative differences with Hole. And that, again, this is just a really brief summary on Wikipedia that doesn't go into the details, that this was all conditional, issues with Courtney Love. Faf entered a Minneapolis detox center for heroin addiction in February 1994 and left Hole later that spring to tour with Janitor Joe. She went on tour, and when she came back from that, she was clean, says Erlandson. In the wake of Cobain's death in April 1994, Faf decided to leave Hole and return to Minneapolis permanently. After her tour with Janitor Joe, however, Faf made plans to return to Seattle in order to retrieve the rest of her belongings, making the trip to Seattle on June 14th, 1994. Death. On June 16th, 1994, at around 9:30 a.m., Faf was found dead in her Seattle apartment by Paul Erickson, a friend with whom she had planned to leave for Minneapolis that day. The day she's leaving for Minneapolis, she's found dead. She was 27 years old. Again, the coincidence stack just keeps getting higher and higher. On the floor was a bag containing syringes and drug paraphernalia. Faf's death was attributed to acute opiate intoxication. She died 2 months after Cobain, who was a close friend, as well as the husband of Hole's frontwoman, Courtney Love. Her father, Norman Pfaff, described her as bright, personable, wonderful, very, very talented, smart, and she always seemed to be in control of her circumstances. Last night, she wasn't. In the book Love and Death, released April 2004, Kristen Pfaff's mother, Janet Pfaff, states she has never accepted the official story regarding her daughter's death. Janet was interviewed by authors Wallace and Halpern in August 2008. You know what's weird? Kurt Cobain aside, like just the Kristen Pfaff, just on the surface, there's something fishy about this whole story. I mean, even without factoring in Kurt Cobain. Eric Erlandson, the last person to see Pfaff alive before she overdosed on heroin, would later comment, "I admit I made some stupid mistakes with some people, and people are dead because of my stupid mistakes. That's what I want to say, and I want to use that so that other people don't make the same mistakes that I made, and other people start understanding. I get emotional about this. We've all lost people." Who's he talking about? But anyway, is it coincidental that Eric Erlandson, another a member of the band Hole, which Pfaff is leaving, technically not on good terms, so to speak. I mean, she even made comments to a magazine or a media outlet that she couldn't get off the ground in Seattle, the scene was stagnant, etc. I mean, I'm sure Courtney Love read that, and she might have not liked it, and then she was getting really, really close with Kurt Cobain, Courtney Love's husband, with these multi-hour-long conversations on the phone. Kurt is giving her treasured books as gifts. Courtney is not liking that, and believe it or not, we're just getting started with the coincidence stack regarding Pfaff. I'm going to read part of an article from hauntedpublications.com, The Peculiar Death of Kristen Pfaff, What You Need to Know, written by Emily Lyman, July 10th, 2019. So there's a brief intro on her background. So basically, she was 21 years old when she learned how to play the bass guitar, and shortly after the article begins, on June 16th, 1994, Kristen Pfaff was found dead in the bathtub of her Seattle, Washington apartment. What ensued would be a peculiar series of events, each more confusing than the last. In order to better understand this case and each puzzling detail, it's important to truly understand who Kristen Pfaff was, musically and personally. Kristen Marie Pfaff was born May 26, 1967 in Amherst, New York, a suburb of Buffalo in the western part of the state. She was the only child of her mother's marriage, which ended in divorce when Pfaff was very young. Her mother, Janet, remarried to Norman Pfaff, whom Kristen was adopted by. She later took his last name. Growing up, she was trained in classical piano and cello. In 1985, Kristen graduated from the Buffalo Academy of the Sacred Heart, a private Catholic high school. She relocated to Europe for a brief time, but eventually returned to America to study in Boston, Massachusetts. Shortly after, she moved once more to Minneapolis, Minnesota, and enrolled at the University of Minnesota. It was here at age 21 Kristen learned how to play the bass guitar. While living in Minneapolis, Kristen formed her first band, Janitor Joe, in 1992. The band released their debut single the same year and their debut album, Big Metal Birds, 1 year later in 1993. Janitor Joe was formed alongside guitarist vocalist Joachim Brewer and drummer Matt Ensminger. During a Janitor Joe performance in California, Courtney Love and Eric Erlandson found Kristen Pfaff, and her life was changed forever. The duo's band Hole were scouting out a female bassist, as they had just lost theirs, Jill Emery. Love asked Pfaff to join Hole, but she refused and returned to Minnesota. However, Love and Erlandson were persistent that she fill Emery's space in Hole. Eventually, Pfaff agreed and moved to Seattle, Washington in order to join Hole. In early 1993, Pfaff began rehearsing with Hole in preparation of their second studio album, Live Through This. During her time in Seattle, Kristen began using heroin, most likely due to her inner circle of friends all being users. And again, I'm just going to add here again, if it's true that Courtney Love was the one that was giving her heroin for free, that's always a red flag. Getting people hooked when you're their only source for the drug, that means somebody is trying to control you. It is reported that Pfaff hated Seattle and eagerly longed to return to Minneapolis. Pfaff told a reporter with the University of Minnesota newspaper what she allegedly told her Whole bandmates. "Look, if you want me to be happy and sane, I just need to get back home." Home was not the New York suburb where she was raised. Rather, it was Minneapolis, where she attended college and was heavily involved in the city's music scene. After nearly a year in Seattle, she left to return to Minnesota in March of 1994. In April, she returned for friend Kurt Cobain's funeral, and in June, she returned one final time to collect the remainder of her belongings. Kristen never returned from that June trip to Seattle. In an interview with the Buffalo News following Kristen's death, her mother Janet recalls an incident in February of 1994 where she rushed to Seattle following her daughter had what she called an incident that led to her hospitalization. In this brief time in her life, for the first time, Kristen had a fling with drugs. Janet Pfaff told the Buffalo News, "I think it was peer pressure. I think it was part of a music scene in Seattle where drug use is glamorized and emphasized." Janet said her daughter was not a regular drug user or addict by any means. Following the death of Cobain, Janet said her and her daughter talked regularly and states that her daughter struggled with the passing of somebody so close to her. It is reported that following Cobain's passing, Pfaff entered a depression. It's also been reported that the day she learned of Cobain's death, she never did drugs after that point. Many circumstances surrounding Pfaff's death are extremely suspicious. Before we dive into the peculiar details, let it be known that this article is simply stating the strange facts of the case and is no way intending to accuse anybody of being responsible for Kristen Pfaff's death. Prior to her death, Pfaff had finished a drug rehab program to help her combat her heroin problem. The plan was to return to Minneapolis, as stated earlier. Kristen was only in Seattle to collect the last of her things to bring back with her. A packed U-Haul was outside the apartment at the time of her death. The last person to see her alive was boyfriend and ex-boyfriend and fellow Hole member Eric Erlandson, also her main drug connection. That's not part of the article. I just added that. Suspiciously, while talking about the death of his ex-girlfriend, Kristen Pfaff, Erlandson is quoted as saying, "I admit I made some stupid mistakes with some people, and people are dead because of my stupid mistakes." And again, we can postulate that Kristen Pfaff might not be the only individual he is talking about. And the mistake being, what did he do? Did Courtney Love put him up to something to make Kristen Pfaff OD? Is this how Courtney Love dresses up all of these murders if she's going around committing these murders or attempting to? Pfaff was found dead in a bathroom in her Seattle apartment, the one which she was making a final trip to in order to pack up her belongings, by friend Paul Erickson. Drug paraphernalia was found on the scene, the presence of which automatically changed how the scene was analyzed. Without much of a second look, police had decided Kristen overdosed, despite the fact that multiple sources claimed she was doing much better. I mean, this is almost the same MO as Kurt Cobain. Was he even using drugs anymore? Are these people recovered and moving away from Courtney Love's circle of influence? And how would an egomaniacal narcissist handle that? Because again, it's not just about them and it being personal. It's about how the world perceives it. Courtney Love, what would she be thinking? Her husband wants to divorce her. Not only that, but remove her from the will. They have a prenup. She's not getting any of his money ever, and he could be worth billions by the time his career is over, or same amount dead, possibly more dead. And also their bassist Courtney Love's bassist in her band Hole, she doesn't want to be around Courtney Love either. They're both leaving her at the same time. How would an egomaniacal narcissist respond to that? I don't know. Courtney Love's own father doesn't think very well. To put it bluntly, Kristen's autopsy was a joke, but there are some important points that need to be made regarding it. The autopsy was performed by Dr. Nicholas Hawthorne, a coroner who conveniently also performed Kurt Cobain's autopsy and was close friends with Courtney Love. So apparently this is somebody who, was this an ex-boyfriend of Courtney Love, some kind of music promoter? They went bar hopping. Who knows what the deal was there, but this is all known. This is not a theory. And so I actually have come across another theory that might explain some of these issues involving the police and the coroner and both of these highly suspicious deaths when you're factoring in all of these coincidences and anomalies. So you'll have to wait a little bit for that mind shock. Let me finish up with this. If you recall, Kurt Cobain's death was ruled a suicide despite some suspicious circumstances that lead some to believe he was possibly murdered. Love's close relationship to Dr. Hawthorne also makes things complicated, as the autopsy report could have potentially been biased. An immediate cause of death could not be determined by the preliminary autopsy. Hawthorne stated it was a classic suicide comparable to that of Cobain's. This is where the case of the autopsy gets more suspicious. Pfaff's body was found in a room with drug paraphernalia. The police believed she overdosed, and Dr. Hawthorne believed that was the method used for Pfaff to commit suicide. However, there is no record of a toxicology report being conducted. If it was believed Kristen Pfaff overdosed on drugs, why wouldn't they perform a toxicology? It would be crucial information to know what was in her system at the time of her death. The drugs in her system and the concentration of them would better help establish a cause of death for Pfaff. The only explanation for Dr. Hawthorne not performing a toxicology report would be him knowing some damning information regarding Courtney Love and her relation to Pfaff's death. This information could have been kept secret by the lack of a toxicology report. Of course, if no or an excess amount of heroin was found in her bloodstream, the death would automatically become suspicious in the eyes of investigators. Is it possible Dr. Hawthorne bypassed an autopsy and gave Kristen a seemingly obvious cause of death to save somebody else's reputation, rather Love herself or somebody in her close circle? And so just looking at the MO here, the possible MO of Courtney Love, if this is her doing and not somebody else, there could be somebody else in their circle. Again, I'm not claiming to know everything about this case. I do not. I am just looking over this. The rabbit holes have gone much farther than I anticipated. We are now in hour 4 of this podcast, making this the longest mind shock on record. And we're not even done yet, because there's a lot of problems here. But is this that MO? Because the DeWitt, Callie DeWitt, did Courtney Love put him up to murdering Cobain? And now is she using Eric Erlandson to take out Pfaff? Now, Erlandson, supposedly he moved on, but who knows? On some level, he must know that she never really, really loved him. I mean, some of this stuff is just innate. Maybe she even admitted it to him. We don't really know. We're not privy to their personal conversations. If he was holding a grudge, or even not, even if he was still hopelessly in love with her, the power of Courtney Love and the manipulation and influence, by all accounts, that she seems to be exhibiting over all of these people. I mean, they went, again, this doesn't prove a lot. Certain bands have trouble with, I mean, usually it's the drummer, but Hole had several bassists leave and a drummer. People just can't handle Courtney Love. For what reason is that? I don't know. Like it's all, and now she's like, over time she became kind of a staple of the industry. If she knows compromising information about other major moguls, they would protect her, because if they don't, she's taking them down with her. Again, these are kind of, if this theory is true, if Kurt Cobain really didn't commit suicide, if and maybe he did, and Kristen Pfaff was set up, and she was, because she's even more mysterious to me. There's even more evidence of the Pfaff storyline not adding up, but obviously they're just intertwined. The timeline, you cannot ignore the timeline. They're both leaving Courtney Love and the Seattle scene and their spheres of influence. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. And supposedly Kurt Cobain actually bought 2 plane tickets to Atlanta. Were they planning on some kind of collaboration, and would someone like Courtney Love be able to handle that? The plot thickens even further. Kristen's full autopsy report was never released to the public. It has been 24 years since her death. Courtney Love is the main suspect in the death of Kristen Pfaff. With holes in her story, I don't think that was an intended pun, a hole in Courtney Love's story. Many holes. A turbulent past between the two and Love's intense paranoia, she certainly fits the profile. According to reports, Courtney was obsessed with the idea that Kurt Cobain was cheating on her. On April 1st, 1994, shortly before his death, Cobain had bought 2 round-trip airline tickets for him and another female besides Love. Apparently, Love thought this mystery woman of Kurt's was possibly Kristen Pfaff. Multiple reports say Courtney thought Kurt was having an affair with Kristen, though the pairing claimed they were only good friends. Kurt has been quoted as saying, "She's an expletive, talented musician. She's also a beautiful soul. I think she's so beautiful, but if I ever told her that and Courtney found out, it would be hell." About Kristen. So before I even said, would jealousy be a good motive for Courtney Love, someone who's already rich and famous? They don't particularly need Kurt Cobain to live necessarily. Although who knows how expensive all the various drug habits and the lifestyle is. I mean, I guess they do if they want to support the lifestyle. Maybe she does. I don't know. But now you have not only Kurt Cobain ending up dead, but someone who Kurt Cobain possibly was associated with, or even Courtney Love suspected that he liked Pfaff, regardless of if anything happened there. But she knew there were already blowouts regarding Kurt Cobain and Pfaff. They both end up dead within a month of each other, all coming on the tail end of Cobain wanting a divorce, and Cobain and Pfaff both leaving the Seattle area and leaving Courtney Love's circle. I mean, how many coincidences can we stack? I mean, I might actually stack a few more. According to multiple sources, including Pfaff's own brother Jason, Kristen feared Courtney greatly. At the time of her death, Kristen was in the process of leaving Hole. She had rekindled her relationship with her Janitor Joe bandmates and was excited about returning to Minneapolis to possibly start their career again. Overall, Kristen's attitude of returning to the city she called home was positive. She seemed excited. However, Courtney Love was most likely not as thrilled. It was reported that Kristen was just taking a break from Hole, but why would she abandon the city of her bandmates, take a U-Haul full of her stuff back to Minneapolis, and restart a relationship with her old bandmates if it was just a break? It is important to note that, like the death of Kurt Cobain, Kristen Pfaff died while she was separating herself from Courtney Love. And just again, regarding Pfaff, Courtney Love painted the picture that Pfaff was just on break or whatever, that she didn't leave the band. Again, she didn't want that negative press. She didn't want that reflected badly on her, even though she knew Pfaff was not coming back. And I believe they also had another bassist lined up. So, yeah, so again, Courtney Love's flat out lying and manipulation of the media to kind of push forward a certain persona that she wanted to portray for her own gain is evident every step of the way here. Does that mean she's a murderer? No. But it is, again, it's convenient. It's definitely convenient if she were a murderer. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. If you're still with us, going past hour 4 now, feel free to jump in with your thoughts. In December 1994, Courtney Love gave an interview to Rolling Stone magazine, which was just all the more confusing and did not make much sense. She stated, quote, "I had to go over there and get Eric away from the body." Kristen had been his lover for a really long time. He'd already broken down the bathroom door for her. Although, if you remember, it wasn't Eric Erlandson that found Kristen. It was friend Paul Erickson. So it wasn't Eric, it was Paul. Additionally, the initial police report from the scene does not mention Courtney's presence at all. Or Eric's, does it? Huh. When Janet Pfaff, Kristen's mother, received her daughter's belongings post-mortem, she noticed something quite odd. Every day, Kristen journaled before falling asleep. Her journal contained truly the deepest parts of herself. When Kristen's diary was returned to her mother, multiple pages were torn from it. These missing entries were the ones during the week of time when Kurt Cobain was missing before his body was found. Rather, Kristen, Courtney, or somebody else tore those pages out will remain a mystery forever. All right, so here's another coincidence stack. Here's another coincidence to add to the stack. So coincidentally, her private thoughts about what occurred in the days before Kurt Cobain's death are gone, vanished. What did they say? See, if Courtney was there when Faf's body, if she put up Eric Erlandson or Courtney were responsible, if they OD'd her or whatever, made her look like an OD, suicide, when in fact it was not. Did she find the journal and rip those pages out because she didn't like what they said? Were they accusatory of Courtney? Did Kurt Cobain tell Kristen something about Courtney, or that he feared for his life and that Courtney would be responsible? Because he was allegedly he was telling these investment individuals from Michigan who he met with, if that's true, days before his death, that he was fearing for his life. Who did he think was coming after him? Is it possible that it wasn't necessarily Courtney Love by her own volition, but maybe she was manipulated or blackmailed by other people, and it's easy, if they're her drug source, drug provider, or affiliated with such individuals, or if they could possibly be in charge of ruining her career or terminating it if they didn't go along with what they said. Is it possible some kind of music exec put her up to setting all of this in motion? And because, clearly, again, with the recordings with Courtney Love's and Kurt Cobain's lawyer, Carol, where she states that, she wants this vicious divorce attorney and she wants to get rid of, somehow invalidate the prenup. So she really doesn't seem to care much about Kurt Cobain anymore at this point, except in public or when the cameras are rolling. But it's very strange. It's very, very strange. There's also, before I forget, there's also a clip of Courtney Love and Eric Erlandson. It's some kind of behind-the-scenes footage from some kind of program relating to their band, and she actually makes a joke related. So Eric Erlandson says something about drugs and it's bad, and she makes a joke, or like he can't get off of them or whatever. Courtney Love viciously, emotionlessly makes a joke. Didn't your ex-girlfriend die from heroin or something? She's talking about Kristen Pfaff, and she doesn't even name her as her. This is her bandmate, and she refers to her simply as an ex-girlfriend of Erlandson, and she's almost got a half smile, like she. It's almost like she's reveling in the viciousness of that statement, especially if she knows that Eric Erlandson actually loved her more than anybody. And if she actually put him up to murdering her, that would, it's a really bizarre clip. I'm going to throw it up right now so you guys can check it out.
I think I was wearing these.
Eric's the most insecure one.
I think they're purple.
No, and I don't think about it.
They're green cords.
Yeah, but you latched onto my arrogance.
I hate
And she
your arrogance.
latched
Yeah, but you
onto.
used it and created it to your own arrogance.
Oh, that's right. I'm arrogant. You're right. It rubs off
you
on
were
you.
arrogant.
Watch out for
You
arrogance. It
quit.
rubs off on you.
You would have quit when your girlfriend died.
But it's really weird. Everything from not using her name to the vicious pleasure she seemed to have gotten from making that crack at Eric. And obviously they've probably got so much dirt on each other, they would never really blow the whistle on each other. Who knows? Maybe one day they will if they get pissed off at each other. But that's the thing with a lot of these conspiracies, criminal conspiracies involving big industries or big money. If people have dirt on each other, there's vested interest not to blow the whistle, because they could take them down with you. So unless you're prepared, if you're in one of their situations, you have to be prepared to go down in flames for everything you've done if you want to expose somebody else. And that's a lot of reasons some of these conspiracies stay hidden. A lot of coincidence theorists don't understand that aspect of it. Okay. Multiple suspicious details surround the death of Kristen Pfaff. Every person in Kristen's immediate family, including her brother, mother, and father, do not believe Kristen overdosed, as the police and coroner state. As far as everybody knew, Kristen was doing great and rehab had helped her kick her heroin addiction. Some believe Kristen was given a hot shot, an especially potent bit of pure heroin, which is almost always lethal. Others believe Kristen was murdered and the drug paraphernalia was placed by Paul Erickson upon discovering Pfaff's body. Why Paul Erickson? He was her friend going to Minneapolis. Was he in on it? Or was it more likely that it was Eric Erlandson? This is her article, so that's what maybe it's a typo, I don't know. Rather, this was a true overdose or something more sinister we will never know. The only people who truly know what happened to Kristen Pfaff are herself and any others involved, rather innocently or in a more sinister way. I think that's a bit, I don't know, that's a bit nihilistic. I think we can know. I think there's enough information here, and if enough awareness is brought forward, because a lot of people talk about Kurt Cobain. On one hand, you say, oh, well, you couldn't find out what happened to Kurt Cobain. I don't know, Kristen Pfaff wasn't as big of a moneymaker as Kurt Cobain. There might be less to lose, but of course, since it's connected to Kurt Cobain in a certain way, if it could be discovered without the connection, or possibly giving immunity to parties responsible if they were also involved in Kurt Cobain's death, it can be done, never say never. But it's, this just on the surface, it's already more fishy than Kurt Cobain, but because they're intertwined, it's even more fishy. The day that she's leaving, the U-Haul is outside. She's going to shoot up. Everything's ready to go. She's excited to get back with janitor. Technically, she never left. I don't know the exact circumstances, but the whole gig was supposed to be temporary anyway, right off the bat. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. So 5 days prior to her death, from her journal, according to BuffaloNews.com, I'll write it on my sleeve, she would say in her journal, I know how to live. 5 days later, Pfaff was dead. One does have to note, with a lot of these music industry or entertainment industry conspiracies where there's drugs involved, if you're thinking ahead, getting somebody hooked on drugs is kind of convenient, because then if you do want to take them out of the picture at some point, you could just hotshot time, drug overdose, boom, make it look like a suicide. Nobody knows better, or not, or just accidental. Awfully convenient, especially if there's a pattern, and it's tough. It's tough to just write everything off as a coincidence. So here's another Reddit post on Kristen Pfaff. This was posted on Reddit. Apparently, the circumstances of her death are as follows. She had her U-Haul packed and was ready to leave early the next morning. That night, she took a bath and Eric Erlandson came by. Later on, her roommate heard her snoring in the bathtub, so he went to bed. The next morning, the bathroom door was still locked, and he had to break it in and found her dead in the tub of a heroin overdose. Why? Wait. Now, here's where it gets murky. Courtney claims that she had to drag Eric away from Kristen's body, yet she and Eric weren't there that morning when Kristen's roommate broke in the door. Tom Grant's theory is that Courtney supplied Eric with the heroin, and he stopped by to see Kristen and give her a present of one last hit. The heroin, which was also 3 times the lethal level, was purer than usual, and Kristen died. Eric panicked and called Courtney, and they cleaned up and left. Murder, very possible. Eric may have been used as a patsy. This is all just theory, but remember, Courtney and Kristen didn't get along. Courtney was heard telling Kristen, first you make eyes at my husband, now you're telling me how to sing. Do not expletive with me, or you will live to regret it. Again, it comes down to the question, was Kristen the other woman? It's obvious from Kurt's remark about her being a talented musician and a beautiful soul that there was an attraction between the two. When Kurt died, Kristen was distraught and determined to get away from Courtney. She never made it. Murder or accident, you decide. Well, it's also kind of interesting because it seems like they're polar opposites, Courtney Love and Kristen Pfaff. Because Kristen Pfaff remarked that Courtney Love was all about the glamour and making money and the lifestyle, whereas Kristen just wanted to make the music. So obviously Kristen had a lot more in common with Kurt Cobain than Courtney. So here is another, this is an article here. Did the FBI investigate Courtney Love for the death of Kristen Pfaff? Off and on for several years, an anonymous poster had posted comments to online boards and forums claiming that she was the ex-girlfriend of Jason Pfaff, Kristen Pfaff's brother. Kristen Pfaff was the original bassist for Hole and died about 2 months after Kurt Cobain. According to this anonymous poster, Jason Pfaff allegedly told her that after her sister died, the FBI came out and interviewed him for hours. Interestingly, Jason allegedly claimed that the FBI seemed to be focused on Courtney Love and spent the time asking questions about her and her relationship to Kristen. Was the FBI secretly investigating Courtney Love? The Pfaff family rejects the official cause of death from the SPD. The Pfaff family has gone on record saying they believe that Courtney Love had something to do with Kristen's death. Courtney Love and Kristen Pfaff fought constantly. Courtney Love constantly accused her of sleeping with Kurt Cobain. Finally, when the SPD returned the possessions of Kristen to her mother discovered that her diary had been tampered with. The pages for the week that Kurt was missing and up to when his body was discovered had been torn out. It makes one wonder what information was included in those missing pages. So normally I would say we need all that satellite footage of the exterior of the apartment in Seattle, but I don't know, 94 is a lot tougher. I'm not sure what kind of surveillance they had. For any cases, I mean, going into the 2000s, it seems like it'd be there. I don't know, that's a lot tougher. 1994. Were there gas stations around? Was there security footage? Was that looked into? Because if Courtney Love is in that area, I mean, that would be pretty crazy. Or even Eric Erlandser, because supposedly he's not supposed to be there either. One of the posts from allegedly an ex-girlfriend said regarding Jason Pfaff, he did believe that Courtney Love likely played a part in his sister's death. He believed that his sister knew what part Courtney played in Kurt's death. I mean, how high is the coincidence stack already? I mean, I don't know what it's tough. It's tough to dismiss all of this. And again, if you remember at the beginning of the podcast, I thought that this would probably be one of the cases that was probably overblown in terms of conspiracy talk because there's so many around so many famous people. But the more you look at the case, when you factor in Kristen Pfaff, it looks worse and worse. And by the way, the reference to I had to go over there and get Eric away from the body that Courtney Love stated, because supposedly Courtney and Erlandson weren't supposed to be there. It was Paul Erickson who discovered the body in the morning. This is from Rolling Stone, December 1994. So it is not some random obscure claim. It's from a major magazine quoting her. I mean, that's kind of crazy that she said it and it was printed. But then again, a lot more, supposedly people that have been following this more closely than I have noticed some Freudian slips, body language, microexpression issues throughout the years. So again, it comes down to this. You have Kurt Cobain wanting to leave his band of Nirvana, which Courtney Love was directly profiting from. They have a kid together, etc. And he wants to divorce her, and she gets nothing because of the prenup. He doesn't get to do it. He doesn't get to escape. And then inside 2 months, you also have Kristen Pfaff wanting to escape Courtney Love, the band Hole. And possibly, at least Courtney Love suspected she was involved with Kurt, whether she was or wasn't. I mean, they were definitely at least friends who liked each other. We know that in some capacity. It is kind of crazy, though. There's a lot more evidence here, even against Courtney, than there is of Stephen Avery. I mean, or even Scott Peterson. It's crazy. It's really crazy. I know some people are going to find those controversial if you haven't checked out the Mindshock Stephen Avery series or the Scott Peterson. I'm not saying he's innocent in any way, but Scott Peterson, Avery, there's really no evidence against him, but yeah, you do have, I mean, it's mostly circumstantial. There's not hard evidence here. I'm not saying Courtney Love would be proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. Obviously, there's just the fishy business regarding everything. It's so fishy. We're approaching 4.5 hours here in the longest Mindshock podcast I've done, but there's still more to go over, and this is Mindshock, so hopefully you guys had a coffee handy if you're listening to this in one shot. But yeah, here's the thing. I'm about to go down 2 deep conspiracy rabbit holes, even deeper than I've previously gone down, just because a lot of this information, it's way too difficult to ignore. It's too difficult, particularly if anybody's done any research into the drug scene and other issues regarding police and CIs. That is the next thing I'm going to tackle. Some people believe that Courtney Love was a CI for Seattle PD, and that's why she was protected. So, couple different, this theory can involve a couple different scenarios. Either Courtney Love was already involved in the drug scene, they recruited her, and she was giving up dealers or whoever, maybe some bigger power players. So at that point, she could do whatever she wants. And if she's got an in with the coroner, who used to be one of her best buds, she could take these people out. They're not going to touch her over 2 murders if they're going after bigger fish that are killing a lot more people, possibly some mob connections, possibly government connections. Who knows what the deal is? There were issues there. So if she's a CI, would she be protected? Would she get away with it? Would she take advantage of it? Again, what happens when you add jealousy to the table? People's egos and jealousy on top of the money. It's not just the jealousy. I mean, any one of these motives has been used to kill people. But now stack all the motives. That's a lot of motives. So the people that say she had no motive, clearly she had several motives. Now, whether she did it or not, again, separate issue. So that's one of the scenarios. The CI scenario explains quite a lot. It explains the shadiness with the police. It explains why there weren't really investigations into either one of these murders, Cobain or Fafs. Okay, so the last rabbit hole I'm going to go down is, it's dark. It's really, really dark. Actually, I found another post from an investigator, allegedly, if he's not lying on Reddit. I've been a homicide investigator for 4 years now, and I would bet a year's pay that she either did it or had it done. I believed it was her when it happened, and everything I've learned only makes it more convinced that she did it. So he believed it was her before he became a police officer, homicide investigator. And he said, everything I've learned only makes me more convinced that she did it. I have seen multiple suicides, but I have never seen an addict use a gun when there was enough dope to do the job. That's the first thing that struck me. The second was that he had so much dope in his system, he should have been in and out of consciousness. Junkies call it nodding out, and it can make them extremely vulnerable. I just don't see someone who is that expletive up being able to shoot himself with a shotgun, much less wanting to. Nodding out is pretty much the goal for an opiate addict, and it's not a state of mind that lends itself to suicidal impulses. If he had been in withdrawal, I would believe it, but he wasn't. If you asked me, she hired someone to do it, and that someone has been smart enough to remain silent all this time. She made a good choice. I can't help wondering if the killer will come clean on his deathbed or something like that. Someone else chimed in here. Seriously, I'm not a professional by any means, but I've lived in states with huge heroin problems, and heroin addicts never shoot themselves with a gun over a needle. In terms of pain, quickness, chance of mistake, a lethal heroin shot is much quicker than a gunshot. Another heartbreaking post reads this: it's sad that a lot of people who are most likely involved directly in killing him, junkie friends and hangers-on, were considered intimates that he trusted. It's known that these parties were supplying him with dope while he was in hiding after leaving rehab just before his death, and they were also in Courtney's camp. It's not inconceivable these fellow drug addicts would have carried out whatever Courtney had asked them to, with the promise that she would later compensate them. And besides that, it would be easier and a better selling point to make it seem like he was a tortured artist than being murdered by close associates. And easier for law enforcement to close the book on it. Everyone wins except for the guy that got killed. Actually, I want to go over, since we're making this a long one, I might as well go over another article I found very interesting. And if this guy is one of Courtney Love's lackeys, Eric Erlandson, of course, if he took part in at least Faf's death, if not Cobain's, this interview is quite interesting. Eric Erlandson talks about letters to Kurt. Whole Guitarist takes account of a dark and turbulent period by Steve Appleford. April 8th, 2012. It's afternoon in a downtown Los Angeles loft, and Eric Erlandson is about to share some new music. The former Whole Guitarist slips a blank CD into his laptop and burns a copy of the raw instrumental demos he recorded to accompany his first book, the prose poem memoir Letters to Kurt, which is quite sick if he was involved, but I don't know. He then scrawls a confrontational title onto the disc, Contempt to Tape. Then again, he wouldn't be the first guy to write a book if he was directly involved, pretending not to be. So, nearly 2 decades after the '94 suicide of Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain, Erlandson looks just as he did at the height of grunge. Tall, thin, stringy blonde hair to his shoulders, Letters to Kurt is his accounting of that turbulent time, looking back with rage and affection for an era of great creative successes and a crushing wave of heroin and death. We were in the middle of that creative energy that was happening, Erlandson remembers, but at the same time, he tells Rolling Stones, quote, I was in the abyss. I quite literally had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. The 1 foot out was my anchor, which is my Buddhism, but sometimes I'd feel too clean and I'd want to get dirty. There's different forms of suicide. When you're playing around with drugs, it's a pretty clear suicide death wish, end quote. Now that's interesting phrasing. So if he's trying to play it off like Cobain and Pfaff were both heroin addicts with a death wish, nothing to see here. No reason to investigate foul play of any kind for any reason. Continuing with the article, he saw the self-destruction and depression up close, not just of Cobain, but also in Hole bassist Kristen Pfaff, who died 2 months after the Nirvana leader. She was Erlandson's ex-girlfriend, and he was the last person to see her before her heroin overdose, or alleged heroin overdose, soon after the release of Hole's Live Through This. You know what's interesting, though? Again, if someone's murdered, usually the person that did it, well, I would say if they were murdered, the person that did it is the last person that they saw, obviously. In a lot of cases, it's also the last known person to have seen them, which happened to be this man, Eric Erlandson. You know someone's suicidal, you know someone's playing with death, but you don't know how to deal with it. You don't really know what's going on until somebody defines it for you in a clear way where you get it, says Erlandson. I admit I made some stupid mistakes with some people, and people are dead because of my stupid mistakes. That's what I want to say. And I want to use that so that other people don't make the same mistakes that I made and other people start understanding. I get emotional about this. We've all lost people. Is that a way to deflect? There are other revelations from the opening pages of his book, including his romantic relationship with Hole leader Courtney Love before her marriage to Cobain. Even other members of Hole were unaware of it until much later. She buried it. She would never talk about it. She would always skip it, he says. She's going to brush it off and say it didn't happen. At a certain age, you grow up and you have to say this happened. I did this. I did that. What else did you do? The impact on his life continues, he says. There was a relationship and it was very profound because it changed my life on so many levels. She gave me the darkness, crazy stories, drugs, but also the Buddhism. I still have a lot of confusion about my relationship with her. Obviously, writing the book helped define it for me. When Love released a new album as Hole with an all-new band, Erlandson was shocked. He insists they had a contract barring either of them from using the Hole name without the other. Obviously, I haven't sued her, he says. I've made mistakes, so I have to allow people to make what I feel is a big mistake. Huh. Are there other reasons he hasn't sued her? Even so, Erlandson doesn't rule out a musical reunion with Love. I never say never, he says. I don't know what's going to happen to her. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I like things to be open. It's all quite dark. I'm going to skip a little bit here, I'm writing these letters to him. He's talking about Kurt now. Tapping something deep inside myself, but am I really talking to him? No, he says. At the same time, I think he would really like this book. He had a really dark sense of humor, and he loved wordplay. Look at his lyrics. He would know what I'm talking about. And again, it's very possible that Erlandson had nothing to do with Kurt Cobain's death, but he did with Pfaff's. Or maybe not Pfaff's either, but again, it's very convenient. If somebody else was there with him, they knew maybe Pfaff would let Erlandson in and not them if they were a stranger and it was someone else. Courtney wanted to do this deed, and perhaps Erlandson didn't even know what he was doing, because if he really loved her, maybe he wouldn't have killed her. Maybe he really did just want to do one regular dose, but whoever was with them gave her the hot dose, the hot shot, and he didn't know they were going to do that. And maybe that's why he didn't even want to leave if he was there and Courtney had to go get him. I don't know. Clearly, this man is a tortured soul for a lot of different reasons. We don't know all of them. But it is kind of weird. He's trying to talk to Kurt. It's possible he had nothing to do with Kurt. But again, we keep having these guys pop up in and around Kurt who were former lovers of Courtney Love. Like Callie, who happened to be in the house. I mean, that's convenient. I mean, it's rough. It's rough. Even the guy doing the autopsy was formerly involved with Courtney Love. I mean, come on. It's crazy. It's crazy. The coincidence stack. It's out of this world. Now, before I get to the darkest of the dark theories, there's a comment. There was a comment on a site here. Kurt was apparently so scared of being exposed as fake, and he ended up marrying one. It's a living nightmare in which he drew to himself all that he despised and feared. I really want to know why Jessica Hopper, who was apparently residing with DeWitt at Cobain's residence at the time of his supposed suicide, was never questioned at length. She said people entered and exited the house whilst she was in bed. Who were these people? What does she know? And why is she still so defensive about the events that transpired so many years later? If my good friend died in suspicious circumstances, I'd still be asking questions today, and I'd be an open book about what I knew. Well, unless you were scared of certain people and you knew they were involved. It just doesn't add up. I don't know if it was Courtney, but I think there were a lot of people who were jealous of Kurt, including his old so-called friends from Olympia. I think they need to be investigated as well. That's an interesting point. People do get killed because of jealousy from former friends when one of them achieves a high level of success. Was there some of that going on? I don't know. I don't know if those avenues were ever pursued. But that's something we didn't specifically discuss. All right, so now let's get into the darkest of dark theories, the most mind-shocking of them all. Okay, so I don't know if I even want to do a podcast on the CIA's involvement in drug trafficking within the U.S. Dark topic. Here are some interesting comments once again from Reddit. Who do you think was supplying the Seattle music scene with cheap heroin? That's why in the 90s the whole Seattle scene was junked out. Courtney, she was a CIA plant. The CIA has always been the root of the drug trade, especially heroin, and what better way to keep potentially politically active minds out of the game so they are dropping out and doing nothing? Get them hooked on heroin. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the motivations behind that would be true. But just regarding Operation Mockingbird and the CIA's involvement in the entertainment industry, is it beyond the realm of possibility that they would have certain plans to promote certain things? Now, I'm not saying that's heroin. I'm not saying it's Courtney Love. But the idea itself isn't as preposterous as many think it is. Another comment here, it's pretty well known, I don't know well known to who that he's talking about here, but it's pretty well known Courtney was a CIA plant who worked as a stripper/prostitute in both Seattle and Anchorage and was a drug supplier and informant. People seem to forget how influential a musician that gains popularity can be when it comes to voting and drastically swing a vote if they tell their fans to vote a certain way. Same reason John Lennon's mile-long FBI file was started when he announced in 1972 a tour across the U.S. to raise voter awareness and how mass consciousness voting can change the country. The FBI ordered his green card expired once a week, and he had to renew it once a week until he called off the tour, and magically his green card never expired again until they expired him in 1980. He was a CIA hit based on his high level of influence with potential voting. Key phrase is potential voting influence. Same with Cobain, and yes, Courtney was connected. My guess is Kristen Pfaff probably knew too much and couldn't be trusted to not spill the beans. All right, so again, let's not fall for any black and white fallacies. Perhaps this notion is a bridge too far, but perhaps some of it is partially true. Now, again, regardless of whether Courtney Love was a CI for the police, and that's why some of that went down. I mean, we also have to think Geffen Records or some of these major music moguls, if they have potentially billions to lose, would they set up a hit? Would they pay off everyone involved? I mean, I'm sure it's happened. So, in the scope of history, so I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps they used Courtney. Perhaps Courtney had no problem with it. Perhaps Courtney was was happy about it being done, but wasn't the one who initiated it. I mean, is that a possibility? Does that check all the boxes and account for all the variables? Someone also mentioned, I also find it surprising that Dave Grohl and Eric Erlandson, who have family backgrounds as dubious as Courtney's, are so often overlooked. The other members of Nirvana likely know what went down and had to pick a side. Look at Dave Grohl now, Hollywood's elite sellout, pushing deep state propaganda the way they want him to. I mean, these comments were actually posted yesterday. Oh, for sure, they will crucify you at the official Nirvana sub for even suggesting that Dave was extremely outspoken for a drummer, despite the fact you could see him controlling the narrative in interviews. All right, so other theories, of course, that Courtney Love somehow got some of Kurt's close friends to do the hit. It's just, yeah, a lot of this is the rabbit holes run deep. They run very, very deep. But I'm just going to close this out with more of the possible CIA connection. There are sites attributing quotes to Courtney Love. I don't know if they're true, saying that she didn't kill, that it wasn't a suicide, the CIA killed him. I don't know. There's dubious websites of all kind. But there is an author. His name is John Potash. Claims that the Nirvana guitarist and frontman was murdered by U.S. intelligence authorities amidst growing fears that he would turn his generation into hard left politics. Too late, right? So he wrote a book on this, Drugs as Weapons Against Us. Evidence suggests that unknown to Cobain, U.S. intelligence used him to promote heroin use, similar to the way U.S. intelligence and media assets helped promote acid in the 1960s. Suppressed evidence indicates that U.S. intelligence helped orchestrate Cobain's murder due to his anti-materialistic, radical leftist politics, along with his implicit threat to promote sobriety when he stopped using drugs. Potash argues that Cobain's heroin use had glorified and popularized the drug. Of course, this is referring to the heroin chic, I guess, fashion idea where the whole drugs are cool thing. I don't know. I don't know. There might be something to that. Just some points here. Supposedly, Potash claims this started with Operation Chaos. He states CIA intelligence services have been compromising and sabotaging important musical figures that are either anti-war, anti-government, or anti-elite agenda. He says that Courtney Love was an intelligence asset tasked with bringing down Cobain, the voice of Gen X that was beginning to promote anti-drug, anti-war, very left-wing advocacy by hooking him on heroin and possibly orchestrating his untimely death. So what's interesting is that Courtney Love actually did travel internationally. Now, she was an erotic dancer in many different countries. And again, whether that was before or after CIA recruitment, if she was recruited by the CIA at all, I'm not saying this theory is true in any way, but she's definitely well traveled. So if she were a CIA asset, her movements around the world could possibly lead credence to that possibility. So some interesting notes here. Courtney Love's father, Hank Harrison, was manager and longtime associate of the Grateful Dead. And I won't be going down that rabbit hole, but there are some CIA connections there. I'm probably going to have to do a separate podcast on that because that's just way too much. I mean, we're already approaching 5 hours here. Courtney Love's biological mother, Linda Carroll, is an heiress of the Ricci family gold mine fortune. Here's another thing, though. Now, again, Courtney Love's father thinks that she killed Kurt Cobain, and he was the manager and longtime associate of the Grateful Dead. Now, here's the thing, though. Linda Carroll is her biological mother. Is there a connection to her and Kurt Cobain's lawyer, Rosemary Carroll? Because they both spell their last names 2 R's, 2 L's. 2 R's, 2 L's. I mean, how common of a last name is that? Not the rarest, but it's interesting. We're stacking that coincidence deck. Linda Carroll says in her memoirs she was sexually abused herself as a child by her father, Jack Rissy. Linda Carroll is also known for coincidentally being the therapist of anti-war extremist Catherine Ann Powers. Courtney Love was also sexually abused in her daycare as young as 3 years old and likely developed dissociative identity disorder. She was put on psychohypnotic medications like Tunanols and Secanols, MK Ultra mind control drugs, very young by her counselors who were also sexually abusing her. She was a drug addict by 16. She was prostituting herself in her teenage years with powerful Army generals and government officials like Nixon's Assistant Secretary General David Packard of Silicon Valley's Hewlett-Packard fame. As a teenage junkie, she was traveling with undercover CIA operatives around the UK and flooding the upstart music scene with LSD. I believe she also traveled in Asia, and these are from official sources. Most interesting, Love in 2016 has since blamed Cobain's death on a CIA conspiracy. After the police released some new pictures of the crime scene in April, I began receiving a lot of letters, emails, and phone calls from Kurt's fans. Quotes the magazine, among all the fan mail, I received some classified files emanating from the CIA. I don't know who sent them, but I know they are legitimate. How would she know if they were legitimate or not? They clearly prove that Kurt was being spied upon, and they designate him as a target to be eliminated. I know they killed him, and I will prove it. The CIA had already tried to poison Kurt in March 1994 while he was in Italy, she claimed. The press had reported that he was suffering from an overdose-induced coma, but he was actually the victim of strychnine poisoning. Kurt refused to make the information public because he was afraid for me and Francis. The papers I received proved that the CIA was behind the poisoning. The government had been trying to kill him for months, and I think they finally got him. Kurt was murdered, and the CIA is behind it. Okay, so a couple points there. If she does have a split personality, one of the personalities was involved. Was she the CIA asset tasked with murdering him? 1. 2, if they really wanted him dead that badly, they could probably do it. Depends on how they wanted it to look like, but this was actually posted regarding her comments here on worldnewsdailyreport.com, which is, of course, a highly contested website, so it's interesting. I don't know if this has been corroborated with other sources. And it looks like, was this put on, this was put on social media? So apparently this is from an official interview with the Hollywood Inquirer. It is a California tabloid. Courtney Love said she had always known that her husband was being followed and tracked by the CIA. She adds that for many years, she believed that the stress caused by the Secret Service's constant harassment had pushed him to commit suicide. When the Nevermind album came out, Kurt was rapidly hailed as the spokesman of a generation, and he gained tremendous influence, she said. He was almost immediately approached by the Freemasons, the Illuminatis, and other secret societies, as well as the CIA and other agencies, because all of them wanted to recruit him. Kurt wanted nothing to do with any of them, and he told them to go to hell. That's when they began to seriously harass him. They followed him everywhere, made creepy phone calls in the middle of the night. It made Kurt very nervous, and he began carrying a gun and using more and more drugs to cope with the stress. I had always thought that he had reached a point where he was no longer able to take it and had decided to kill himself. And then, of course, she goes on to... Other people are claiming that Courtney Love's name is circled in Epstein's Black Book. And I think we're already approaching 5 hours here. For those that stuck around, big thanks to exploring every rabbit hole within the Kurt Cobain case. So, Courtney Love, again, she said she recently received CIA files proving the murder. Her father may or may not have been involved in CIA operations with the Grateful Dead, which would make a good podcast all on its own. A lot of funny business going on. Coincidence stacks a mile high. But I think, the Kristen Pfaff situation, definitely shady as they come. Very, very shady. That aspect of this whole case actually makes me think the Kurt Cobain a murder is more likely just based on the FAF situation. And people who don't know, again, I wasn't that heavily, I had looked over the case briefly. I hadn't known all the details about FAF prior to the podcast. So it definitely, for people that don't know about that, I mean, adding that coincidence stack, and a lot of these same individuals now in high-ranking circles in terms of the entertainment industry. Is this how it's run? Is this how it's always been run? Because how do we get the details from cases from the 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s? Is this how everything operates? I mean, obviously there's a darkness to mankind. Man is capable of dark, dark things. Again, I'm not saying the entire industry is like that. Maybe 80% of the industry is good. Maybe 90%. But there's some darkness there, and unfortunately some very, very good people get caught up in that. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime. If you enjoyed the podcast, donate to our PayPal. You can check the link in the description. Help us get out more podcasts quicker for the biggest deep dives in true crime, conspiracy, and paranormal podcasts and logical analyses of all kinds. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock for the latest podcasts and videos. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, and depending on your tier, you can be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.